need for our children. We have outdated bathroom facilities, toilets that are not up to current standards. We can say we can spend money, buy new bathrooms, put in new tile, but with how old the buildings are, who's to say that the piping underneath the schools haven't rotted out and we wouldn't have bigger issues with those pipes deteriorating in the future? We can't keep avoiding these maintenance issues. We can't keep saying we're going to repair the brickwork, replace toilets, put in new roofs, and all will be well, because it's not. The buildings are deteriorating. We have windows and door frames that are not safe, doors that don't officially close unless you slam them at high crest. The maintenance repairs are not cutting it anymore. Taxes have increased, and yet these repairs continue to fail our students and staff in the buildings. Before I leave, I ask you to consider how you run your own personal households. How would you address your deteriorating windows and doors? Would you have them replaced so that they became energy efficient and safer? Would you ensure that your HVAC equipment is up to standards and under warranty instead of beyond useful and obsolete? Would you pave your driveway when it needed to be done? Do you have savings plans which allow you for those repairs to occur? Because we don't seem to be doing that for our school buildings. And unless we allow the citizens of Wethersfield to understand the current state of our elementary schools and vote on that, we're only doing damage to ourselves and our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Anybody else on the school referendum question?
Hello, it's Marjorie Carson at 12 Avalon Place, and I want to echo everything she just said. And I've been on the WSBC, the Wethersfield Schools Parent Council, for quite some time, and what a lot of people are just learning about these things now, but we've been hearing this for years as far as the repairs that need to be done and all the problems with the school. And it's one of the things about these meetings that's interesting is like we are all in little silos, like Hanmer hears about Hanmer stuff, and Emerson might hear about Emerson stuff, maybe if you go to a PTO meeting or maybe if it comes up in a meeting. But when you are all together and you're hearing Emerson Library has a leak so they can't use it, and this has a leak and that has a leak, and it just was like over time you're just like, oh my God, what is going on? And I, as a parent of a former Hanmer students, you just look at that building and like my joke is you could just lean on it and it'll fall over. It just needs to go. And it was supposed to go many years ago when they were going to do the high school too, and they decided to just do the high school. And so I understand this is a lot to take in. It's a lot of money, but it's only going to get more expensive. And I know part of the thinking was, should we do 2 referendums? Should we do one referendum with just 2 schools and another referendum another year? And how many referendums is this town going to really pass? This referendum will make sure that every single part of the town benefits from this experience, this process. It's a 10-year process. It's going to take a long time, and everyone will benefit that has a family with kids, incoming families, parents with babies right now, and of course, just having new schools alone will be an excellent selling feature for anyone who doesn't have kids in the school system anymore, but over time we'll say it's a huge selling feature, brand new schools that will be state-of-the-art. We have this chance right now, and I just think we need to get an opportunity, take this opportunity and run with it, and just make this decision. And like I said, the process has been well thought out. It's been years of methodically doing like kind of a 5 to 10 year plan with the Board of Ed and the superintendent, and just kind of thinking about where do we want to be, where do we want to see ourselves, this town in 5 to 10 years, and this is what they came up with based on the evaluation of the schools and the buildings. It's not something that was made up. There's experts that have come out with many reports, and if people just found out more information, they might understand just how bad the schools are right now. So I'd support passing this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Carson. Speaking of classes, this is like a classroom. There are empty seats in the front of the class. So for those who are standing in the back, if you don't want to stand, you by all means, our bond counsel is feeling lonely sitting up here. He's got a little ways to go until he has to speak. But yes, there are plenty of open seats up here. Former Councilwoman Brenton has a couple next to her, so please. Anybody else for Mr. Young?
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. As far as this $270-some million expenditure, I think that's outrageous. I think that we should slim it down to one school at a time. I believe that because of the longevity of the time, it puts us at risk, and we're at risk enough without having to put ourselves in risk because of the longevity. And I just don't see any reason to vote yes on this. Over time, Mayor, I attend a lot of meetings, town council meetings. You've allocated money for roofs. And now I'm reading the roofs are bad. And where'd the money go? Where'd the money actually go? Did it go back on the roofs where it was supposed to? But we also understand the Board of Education can take that money and they can reassign it somewhere else. And if that's what they've done, and now all of our roofs are bad, it's not our fault. We paid for it once already. And I believe that the roofs should be in good shape, as well as the rest of the school. I don't believe we even need such big schools anymore. I mean, we're all hooked in electronically. The students were hooked in electronically during COVID. It's easy to buy in on packages to teach students, and they can sit at home and do it and do well. I know I'm reading now in the paper that they didn't do too well, and I don't know why they didn't do too well. Whether the teachers didn't perform, we paid the teachers, and if the students came in with lousy numbers now, we wasted a lot of money, Mayor, and we can't continue doing this. I think we should expect our children to buckle down, do their studies. We should put this all online. We could eliminate a lot of our building. We could eliminate teachers, and you have one teacher who's teaching English for a certain grade, but it's electronic, and that teacher is teaching hundreds of all over creation these same students. We should be smart in doing our work and educating our students. I don't think the way we're doing it today is smart. I think it's wasteful for a lot of money, and it's a lot of time that we spend talking about issues. So I would think that we should vote no on this. And if they can come in with a better plan with one, well, now we can consider that. But four at once, and if we make an error on the first or the second building that's being repaired or fixed, and they have to spend the money, which means they went over budget. At the end, that last building that has to be fixed, we're going to have another referendum. And our $276 million will end up being a heck of a lot more. Let's not forget the high school. $10 million. Somebody made some big errors. And who paid for it? The state taxpayers. It was all more borrowed money. And nobody cares. And this is a shame. And look at the trouble we're in now. Thank you very much. Voting no, I think, is the safest way to do it, and have them come back with something smaller. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Anybody else on the school budget referendum? Mr. Woodward.
Thank you. My name is Bob Woodward. I live at 456 Middletown Avenue. I have lived there for over 40 years. I am neither a Democrat nor a Republican. I am an undeclared voter as far as party status goes. I came up here to pay my taxes back in early July, and my neighbor was in line behind me, and I heard him say to the clerk at the window across the hall, she asked him how he was doing. He said, I had a heart attack. So I waited for him out in the entryway and said, you have a heart attack? He said, no, not until I looked at my tax bill. The tax bill went up 4.41 mils, I believe. If we vote this is going up, I understand, a maximum of 6 mills at some point. And after being at an event for seniors over at the community center, there was speculation that the mill rate would go up over 50 mills before this is finished. That's a 20% increase in our taxes. That is scary, that is frightening, that is something that some of us are going to have trouble affording. If this gentleman thought he had a heart attack over 0.41 mils, I hope you have ambulance fees and insurance fees to cover the ones that will happen. I don't debate that the schools need fixing. It's what it's going to do to some of the town. You're a town council for all of us. Please be that town council for all of us. The wording of this frightens me because it seems to leave all of us with the $278 million plus to come out of our pockets. Because as I understand my reading, the state will not vote for this until December. We will vote in November, which means if it passes, we are on the line for all the money. Should the state vote not take place or be a no vote, we're on the line for all the money. That's a lot of money. That's 3 times what Britain financed to renovate Big Ben in London. That's a lot of money, even though, again, I don't debate that the schools need renovation. My nephew teaches in a school in Arlington, Massachusetts. He teaches 6th grade science. They were in the middle school. The enrollment grew. They needed a new school. They didn't build a new school. They took a school that was built in, are you ready for this, 1928, he told me. They put a committee together, including teachers. He loves the school. Says it works fine for the 6th graders. They moved the 6th grade in there. I can't believe that that schools built in the 1960s can't be thoroughly renovated, especially when one of them has a relatively new boiler. This year, the end of June, when our new oil bill came out for the next year, it went up 233.33%, 2 1/3 times. Sue said to me, let's see if we can get them to come down. So I went over and asked if they'd come down to double, and she said, we'll do anything you want. We want to keep you as our customers. But she said, oil has gone up more than double, and you'll owe us something at the end of the year. And I said, well, our goal is not to harm you. We've been customers with you for a long time, and so far we have left it that way, and we'll see where things go. Food goes up. Anthem is looking for an increase, and they're the ones that I have my Medicare supplement with. I don't know what our long-term health care will be. It went up last year and wiped out all the Social Security increase we got. These are the things that we face out there. I don't know where the room is to pay a tax bill that's going up potentially to 50 mils or more. That's a lot of increase and a lot of money. I think you need to put some wording on this to say that nothing can be done until we know what the state's going to do. If we pass this, we're wide open to it. And I'd like to see some assurance that all of you here and all of the school board would work to keep their budget, bring the budgets down in the years ahead to balance the increases, to make this town livable for all of us. That would be appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Anybody else? Going once? Seeing none, we will declare that hearing closed. And then, for what everybody's here for, general public comments on any matters before the council, or not before the council. So, yes, sir. Pat?
Speaking by my name now, sir. Hello, I'm Pat Hayes, 451 Main Street, and I'm here to talk in favor of what I understand to be a modified request by the Connecticut Aviation Authority, CAA. It's on the agenda as unfinished business number 3. And we've been watching this for several months, and it got rolled into the Planning and Zoning Committee and debated there. Plain and simple, the original request was too broad and open-ended. It really would give away too much of Weathersfield rights over this North Folly Brook area. This is, for those who are not following this is near the Brainerd Airport, and it's for Brainerd Airport, which needs to have management over the trees that grow up near it. But the original request was very broad, open-ended. We're hoping that nothing will be done. I don't know how to word this. We certainly need to support the airport in its daily operations, and it does include cutting down the trees that are in front of the runway, so the landing. But we don't want to have any significant change like turning over the rights to I think it's 4 acres from Weathersfield, when we want to see the study of alternative uses for that airport, which is going on in the next year, year and a half. So, thank you. I'm not sure I'll be able to stay and hear the whole discussion, so wanted to get that out.
Thank you, Pat. And thank you for your service to the Brainerd Airport Noise Advisory Committee as well. So, anybody else? General comments on any matters before us? Mr. Young, for the second time?
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. First of all, I'd like to tell you that at the last town council meeting, which was a month ago, you had a resolution regarding the Kisha farm and putting in a installation for a sports complex, and I'd like to talk about that. First in this, I was set back by reading one of these, 2 of these, 3 of these whereases in here. And I'll tell the first one that really burned me, Mayor, was the one that said, this property cannot be legally be sold or subdivided for private development purposes per bond council. Now, this is the first time after a long time that I've ever heard or read this sentence and the implications of it. I've been coming up here suggesting to you that we should consider putting in 55 and over housing on the Kisha farm. By 55 and over, we would be not having any children going to school. The lots would be small. The homes would be, of course, brand new, and they would be built just like a lot of other ones that we see, and I've talked about a number of those, within 2-3 miles of the Kisha farm, that sell in the $400,000 range, that pay taxes such as $10,000 a year. now. And as years go on, they increase. And I suggested also to you folks that on the 27 acres that are up there, and whatever the acres were that is buildable, we could have gotten 104 units on that property because they're small lots. They're not big lots, they're like condo kind of places. And by bringing in that a small amount, and I think you can get more than 4 per acre, but the fact is, you could have increased your revenue stream by $1 million once it was sold out. You could have sold out 100 and some units, and we could have not only recouped our $2.4 million that was outrageously paid by this town and negotiated by who knows who, because that was crazy and for that price. We could have made money on the deal. We could have set the place up for a revenue stream of at least $1 million for perpetuity. That's going out to forever. I had come up here time and time again talking about this, and you folks sat there not saying a word. When I read this, that sentence, property cannot legally be sold or subdivided for property development purposes per bond council. That tells me every one of you, except for this young lady, knew about this. And you let me go on and not say, hey, wait a minute, we have this whatever that stops you from doing that. Men would be doing that. Men would stand up and say to somebody, hey, you got a problem. You don't understand what our rules are or what our deal is. But nobody up here did it. Not one single person. You let me go on, and then you throw this. But let's talk about this. This is an opinion. This is not law. I asked the town manager, tell me the law that prevents the town from selling that property and making it into a subdivision. His answer was, there is no law. It's an opinion by somebody. So I asked for the opinion. Tonight they're going to talk about the opinion behind closed doors to decide if I should see the opinion. And everybody in this town should see that opinion. To see whoever said whatever, bond counsel, whoever that might be, he must be one real low-level person if he doesn't want to let his words go out to the public. But whoever this bond counsel guy is, shame on him. He should have put it out in the public. It should have came out with, what do you call it? Town of Wethersfield, explanatory text. That statement should have been in with the text. If you were going to hang your hat on it, you didn't put it in the text. It has no meaning whatsoever. And whoever this bond counsel guy is, I don't know who he is, but I don't agree with this opinion, okay? I haven't even read the opinion. But everybody in this town should read that opinion to know what it says. Because we missed, Mayor, we missed a great opportunity to create a revenue stream. You talk about economic development. Oh, we got to do this and that to the Silas Deane Highway. We spend so much money and time on the Silas Deane Highway, and you expect the private industry to prop up your grand list. You had an opportunity, Mayor. You still have an opportunity.
Thank you.
You
Mr.
still
Mayor.
have an opportunity to prop up your grand list and make yourself a revenue stream that would end up being $1 million a year at least.
Your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah, I know, but the fact is, you guys should have stepped up earlier than letting me read something. It takes a man to stand up and say it, and to explain it. Nobody explained a darn thing in this town, just another secret. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have to sign again? Want me to do it, just in case? Okay. So good evening, Marjorie Carson, 12 Avalon Place again. I want to speak about a couple of things, one being the Brainerd easement agreement. I'm happy to hear that there's a compromise language now being proposed that will not give full and permanent rights to CAA, the borough of Brainerd, to a certain section of property in our boundaries. But I want to emphasize, I'm getting tired, and I think a lot of people in this room or in town generally are seeing certain town council members just ready to jump every time CAA asks for something. The only thing this town council should, really be interested in is what benefits our town, and if it harms our town, we shouldn't agree to it, or ask more questions, or shouldn't just take, trust us as like the way you should go. And giving CAA Brainerd more authority to expand or increase the usage of that airport is not in any way, shape, or form a benefit to our town. It only will harm our town. So I'm happy that there's a compromise, but I really hope that this is the last time they come and ask for something, and that the initial action is okay, sure, until we have to figure out, there's this thing happening and people have to get upset and send emails, and it's just the same vicious cycle over and over again. You know now what this population feels about CAA, and you know what's right for Weathersfield. So I wish this just wouldn't come up over and over again, or that you get the picture. On the sports facility and the park ordinance. So I wanted to give a little background as far as what I've been seeing for the last 4 years. I've been watching this town council for the last 3 or 4 years struggle to make any decisions on the future of Kisha Farm. And by far, a majority of the work has been done by the Kisha Farm Committee, a group of dedicated volunteers. I'm not one of them. I'm just speaking from what I've seen, that were appointed by the town's prior town manager, two managers ago. They were appointed to get focus on a direction of what we could do with this land. And this committee was also needed because through all this time, the majority in this town council refused to spend any money advancing any plan or any ideas on a plan. Most of this was because Deputy Mayor Tom Mazzarella, he still cannot accept the results of the referendum, where the majority of people voted to buy the town for the town's benefit, the residents' benefit. When the committee was established, it was then basically left to fend for itself, trying to figure out what was possible, right? This led to them having to find free services because the town council wouldn't help them with anything. This included getting college students to do community outreach, survey studies, marketing, and then the committee eventually got a grant on their own to have the land surveyed. As everyone knows in this room, it is impossible to know what to do with that many acres of land if you don't have a survey. You don't know how to plan for it. You don't know what you can do with it. It is only now, 4 years later, that this land survey is finally going to happen because of the work of the Kisha Farm Committee. But this is also an example of this town council's dysfunction. If this was Glastonbury or West Hartford or any other town, pretty much any other town, this land survey would have been done 6 months after that vote, after the exchange of that property. And they would have had a direction, and they would have already developed it or figured out what to do. There would have been a field. There would have been, pretty much just a functioning decision-making board of people would have just done it, not this town council. So all the while, the Kisha Farm Committee has worked diligently, and what they were doing was they're communicating with residents. They were tasked with this. They had regularly scheduled meetings everyone was invited to watch and be part of. Even if you didn't go, they constantly advertised it. It was so much transparency, it was almost overkill in how much they wanted people to be part of this decision-making. They arranged a survey that went out to the entire town, and they told everyone over and over again, social media and otherwise, fill out the survey, fill out the survey. They advertised all the time. Then they compiled the survey results and reported back to the town council. And through much of this time, certain members of the town council slighted the Kisha Farm Committee, questioned their integrity, and they still do so to this day. And I just have to say, Mr. Mazzarella, every time this comes up, you question their integrity. Volunteers from our town. And it's getting old, it's embarrassing, and I just can we just stop doing that? There are people who are just taking their own time out to try to help with this committee, to help with this direction. And there was this insinuation that they were insiders or placed specifically, or they had this other idea that they're hiding from you. And it's just like even up to this last August meeting and the July meeting, you were saying things, you were insinuating these things about these people. I don't even know most of them, but I would be really upset if that's what every single time you spoke from this dais to the public and made it seem like there was something else going on here, that they shouldn't be trusted. And at the same, and like recently you just said, how fast can we get to disband this committee? How fast can we disband them? I mean, one of the things about the committee is they've actually done something. The town council, what have you done? What have you done with the Kisha farm? What have you decided? Nothing. They presented their findings to you. They presented their suggestions to you. They didn't make decisions, although you keep saying they're making all these decisions without your knowledge. Over and over and over again, the town manager has to say, they're not making the decisions here. They're just suggesting. They're just giving you suggestions. And every single time, you accuse them of being the ones making all the decisions. How many times do you have to get that answer? So I just feel really frustrated by this, and I feel bad for the Kisha Farm Committee. But anyway, so one of the things I wanted to point out was one of the things they've done, like they used to give tours where they would, get ticks on themselves and mud and mosquitoes giving tours to people of the land. That's how much sacrifice they've made to really put some sort of like stamp and show people what the farm could be. And one of the things that's also been an issue with the fields is they suggested in their suggestions, not decisions, that at least one field be placed on this property. Why do they decide this? Not because there's some secret plan to do a farm and that they disregarded everyone's ideas. They were literally told this by Parks and Rec. It was in the presentation to you. They consulted with Parks and Rec that one field was necessary, maybe two. There's maybe a new field that's going to happen at Mill Woods. And so that's why they suggested the one field. It wasn't a decision. It was a suggestion that this is one of the things that could be possible. And also one of the things that they wanted to do is balance the interests of the people they heard. The community spoke, and one of the things they wanted to balance was the community around this land did not want a huge area of parks and parks and parks and parks. They didn't want a ton of fields because it was going to disturb their community, their neighborhood. And so what the Kisha Farm Committee suggested in a way to balance this out was to we can have some fields, a field, we're being told by Parks and Rec who will make the final decision along with you, at least one or two fields, and then the rest will be walking trails, woods, maybe a farm, but ultimately it will be your decision. It will be your decision. But I wouldn't cast some sort of shadow on their integrity as if why didn't they make enough fields? Why didn't they propose enough fields? Do they know what they're doing? They asked the people. The survey said, we don't want a ton of fields in that area. They're just respecting the people who live around there. You might decide differently someday, but
Ms. Carson?
that's what they did. Is that it?
If you can summarize,
I
wrap
will.
up for me.
So I just want to say, I would ask you respectfully to stop maligning the Kisha Farm Committee. And then I would also just point out that ARPA funds are for the town. And I totally agree with putting some money towards parks, but not an indoor park facility, because I don't think that's what the town wanted, and they obviously didn't want it with a Kisha Farm survey. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen?
Oh, okay. I was wondering what everybody was doing up here.
And I just remind folks that it is 5 minutes for the public comment. I give some latitude here and there, but if we stay till midnight, it's on you guys.
2 minutes.
We'll bill
Deborah Cohen, 73 Church Street. A very quick comment, having nothing to do with the reasons that most of you are here. I stopped in at our new town manager's office a couple of weeks ago with a request that the town pay some attention to a regular scheduling of maintenance of whatever is growing up on either side of the railroad tracks at all of the crossings. I learned by coming to town hall that some of that property is owned by the town, some of that property is owned by the railroad. So I would beg you to work together with the people who own that land. I'm really concerned that at some of the crossings, when the vegetation gets really high, we all really need to pay attention to what we're doing, but That doesn't happen 100% of the time, and I see a real disaster happening if someone does not see and/or hear a train coming. So if you could get on board with that, I'd be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under a minute, I think.
1 minute, 1 second, .08. And Mr. Town Manager, I saw you taking notes. This is something that we've discussed in the past. I think everybody on the council knows we do work with the railroad company on that, trying to. But there have been comments about Beaver Brook as well, to the east of the tracks overgrowing. That is definitely our property. So if we can look into that. Thank you, Mrs. Cohen. Yes, sir.
I'm a teacher, I feel like I'm signing into detention or something like that. Sean Fuss, 193 Clovercrest Road. Thank you, Town Council members, for providing me an opportunity to share my thoughts. The following is in regard to the resolution to use ARPA funds to develop a plan to improve Weathersfield's field and sporting facilities and complexes and energy infrastructure. This is in particular to those that may impact the Kisha Farm property. I do feel that the sporting fields and facilities in this town to support youth are in need of repair and possible addition, and I do think that some of Kisha Farm could be used for that. Given the results of the Kisha Farm survey to residents, this seems to fit the 29% who are in favor of the use of this property. Some questions. If the current field and sporting facilities have not been kept up to date over time in this town, where will the financial means come from to support the maintenance of any future athletic field development on Kisha Farm? I also wonder what environmental impact will the addition of these athletic fields have on this land now and in the future? I also question property impact as well, property values, that is. If you've ever driven down Highland during baseball and soccer season, it's not a safe road. Even without people parking on both sides of that road, drivers speed down that road with little to no regard for the crosswalk at the intersection of Highland and Collier. In those sporting seasons with guardians and children crossing the road, this makes this road even that much more unsafe. What impact will the addition of athletic fields have on this already unsafe road and the surrounding neighborhoods? What improvements will have to be made to make this road safer and accommodate more traffic with the addition of athletic fields? 28% of that same survey responded that they are in favor of using the property for gardens. 24% are in support of walking trails, and the remaining 20% are in favor of leaving open space in the development for education purposes. We as residents of this town have the responsibility to consider the environmental impact now and in the future that any development on Kisha Farm will have. This land could also be greatly used to increase educational opportunities for residents of all ages in this town. There's an abundance of wildlife that call Kisha Farm their home. What impact will have on them if we develop this farm for whatever reasons? Can we lessen our impact on nature itself? I do agree that energy infrastructure is important. Some of this property could possibly be used to offset some of the energy needs of this town. My thoughts are possibly maybe some solar panels that have a low impact on the fields themselves and probably give some great gains to offset the energy needs. Lastly, I'm curious as to how ARPA funds can be used to support any future development of Kisha Farm. It's my understanding that these funds are to be used to recover losses due to the pandemic. I wonder what loss has occurred that warrants the use of these funds. What requirements are being met so ARPA funds can be used for this purpose? I feel that the residents are due the transparency by this council to make clear the justification why and how ARPA funds can be used for this purpose. As a resident of the neighborhood that would be directly impacted by any future development of Kisha Farm, we ought to be included in any future decisions that are made to this land. As a parent of student athletes, I understand the importance of youth sports. As a biology teacher, I am in strong favor of increasing the educational opportunities that this land could offer. I think that we can find a balance between the needs and desires and the residents of our town and lessening our human impact on nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Breton?
Mary Breton, 209 Clovercrest Road, Weathersfield. Good evening, Town Council. Tonight I asked the Town Council two things: to approve the amended version of the clearance easement by CAA. And then my second purpose for being here is obviously to talk about Kisha. First, I would ask you not to approve the July 13th version of the Kisha Farm Sports Complex resolution. I would ask you to approve the amended version with my additional suggested changes shown at the end of this statement. The statement will be in the meeting minutes with an attached printout of 50 names, actually more than 50 names, of people who have signed an online petition entitled "Say No to the Sports Complex on Kisha Farm. We need more information." Here's my statement. The sports complex is not defined. That's the problem. It's too vague. There is little information on scope, details, which means that if it's approved, it could grow to be exclusively used for a sports complex, whatever that means. And it could eclipse the other uses that were identified in the survey. So the public can only assume the worst to protect ourselves, really, and that this is for profit, commercial, for all seasons, all hours, like those big bubbles we see off the highway, serving those from all over state without any room for anything else. Until you define it, I have to assume that. As a member of the Kisha Farm Committee, I know that fields are in need, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely think that we need fields and we need sports. My kids participated in sports. It's a great and wonderful thing, but so is a lot of other things as well. We can put a field on this land. We recommended it. The University of Hartford data presented to the Town Council in March shows that while 29% of the responses were for fields, 71% of the responses were for everything else. Walking trails, gardens, open space, education, all conducive, all could be on this land. And these purposes and fields are conducive to each other. With the current field inventory and opportunities in the town, why determine that Kisha be the place for a sportsplex? Was there a review of more fitting sites performed? The March data that was presented to the council showed that 45 responded with concerns that the town needed to fix the other fields. There are 20 different field locations in existence. Roughly half are fair or poor condition. ARPA funding, if applies, could be used to rebuild or repair them. What about the high school fields? We know that the baseball field is in disrepair. Why not look at Mill Woods? Mill Woods master plan, that has been waiting for field funding for years and would be better suited for a sports complex. Why not on the Silas Deane? Right off the highway. It would guarantee a boom for our new restaurants. Right after the kids have their game, the family wants to go eat. I'm concerned that the Town Council is not worried enough about the concerns of the public that we saw in the data. 38% of respondents were concerned with the loss of property value. A sports complex situated at Kisha would most definitely adversely impact the property values in a quiet neighborhood. The Town Council wants to build a commercial revenue generator that borders close to 30 residential properties in the middle of a neighborhood around the last undeveloped parcel in Weathersfield. When these people purchased their home, their backyard abutted farmland. It is wholly disingenuous to the intent of the referendum for open space and recreation for all of Weathersfield. It caters to only one community, or one does to the sports community. It ignores the other revenue-generating ideas for farming and agriculture as suggested by the public and shared in December to this Town Council. The Town Council put forth a resolution that is not consistent with the data reflecting the public input. The Kisha Farm Committee worked under the direction of the town managers, sought appropriate approval along the way from the Town Council, listened to and gathered public input, investigated land uses, and made recommendations to the council. The data I shared in this statement was gathered for and was already presented to the council. It represents valuable public input. Yet for this matter, the data was not reviewed or not used because if it had been, the resolution would have read very differently. We can only assume that the data was ignored. The town council has always been the decision-making authority for Kisha Farm, always. They can take or leave the recommendations and the hard work of the committee. However, this direct action for the town, to have the town manager secure millions of dollars of COVID funds to develop a major commercial facility on Kisha is not at all consistent with the data nor the intent of the referendum, and this is concerning. And the committee has no power, but they have gathered input from the public, and that public input yields a very different sort of organic power that is critical aspect of democracy, which warrants attention by the town council, in particular in the official capacity as elected officials serving the public and doing the right thing. The amended resolution is workable, but it needs these changes. Include other uses identified that are conducive to multi-use for all of the town, not just one contingent. Engage in research and reach out to the Kisha Farm neighborhood before you talk about a huge sports complex. And review and perform a review that is strategic and informed of all the other possible locations for fields and the installation of a major sports complex, if that's what it is. We deserve better, and we should get these answers, and we should do it thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back?
Mayoral, councilors, Mr. Presley, good evening. I'm here to speak about the need.
Pepping, if you could just state your name and address for us,
I'm
please.
sorry, I always forget that part. Not that I don't like to introduce myself, but I'm Piping D. Jr., 471 Ridge Road. I'm here to speak about the need to improve the indoor air quality and air filtration in our schools and public buildings. This is something that I've brought up to the town council and our school board of ed over the past several months. Actually, the earliest time that I wrote a letter was on October 2020. We are 30 months in this ongoing pandemic. Today, nearly 500 Americans are dying from this disease each day. That's currently. It's not over. Last school year, 1,500 of our students contracted COVID-19, with 30% of that reported in the final month of the school year in June. 257 or 44% of our faculty and staff got sick from COVID-19 last year, causing stress and certainly disruptions for their families and also our school administrators. Mr. Ahmed is sitting right there. I'm sure he is fully aware. The CDC estimates that 10 to 20% of people who contract COVID-19 will likely develop long COVID, with symptoms that include brain fog, difficulty breathing, irregular heart rates, fatigue, chest pain, insomnia, and so on. Some of these symptoms can be debilitating and life-altering. It could linger for months. There are studies that point to increased risk of blood clots, stroke, heart complications, kidney problems, shrinking of the brain, diabetes, and many other negative health impacts. As a parent, I do not want this for my child or anyone. SARS-CoV-2 that causes COVID-19 is airborne. Took the CDC quite some time to admit that, but a lot of other researchers knew that well ahead of time. We need to do everything we can to limit its transmission. A portion of the available ARPA funds, which, by the way, is intended specifically to address COVID-19 public health projects, ought to be invested in improving the indoor air quality in our public buildings, starting with all of our schools, where we put 3,500 kids and nearly 600 staff members each day. The HVAC systems in our elementary schools are functionally obsolete per the study that Colliers International conducted and presented as early as 10/23/2018. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that we improve ventilation and air filtration in our school because, I quote, ventilation helps reduce exposure to SARS-CoV-2 and other respiratory pathogens as it helps dilute the viral load by reducing virus-containing aerosols in the air. The allocation of funds by the U.S. Department of Education to facilitate resources to improve ventilation in U.S. schools acknowledges the importance of proper ventilation and preventing the spread of COVID-19. I know that earlier this evening we were talking about, or actually we continue to talk about the upcoming referendum on updating and building new elementary schools. But HVAC needing repair is not limited to our elementary schools. In fact, even Silas Deane Middle School has its own HVAC issues. There's an air handler replacement project there that has been on the docket since 2008. We can't defer improving indoor air quality in our schools any longer. Better indoor air quality will benefit all kids, educators, and staff. Keeping everyone healthy is an important part of ensuring strong academic performance this year and in the future, while minimizing COVID-19 related disruptions and costs. I know that part of the hesitation with making these improvements right now is the upcoming referendum in November. But even if voters were to approve the current plan, the newly constructed and/or renovated buildings will not be ready until 2027 at the earliest. That is 5 years away. The pandemic is happening now. It's still here. Given that we only have $7.6 million in ARPA funds, I realize that is not enough to cover upgrading the HVAC systems in all schools. I am requesting that we set aside a small portion of that ARPA fund, as little as 3.5%, maybe even as high as 7.5%, to buy, operate, and maintain portable HEPA filters for every classroom, cafeteria, gymnasium, auditorium, offices in our schools and town buildings. We ought to hire a mechanical engineer to assess the current indoor air quality in our schools and to make recommendations on the type of portable HEPA filters as well as the quantities to use. This fall, it is estimated that the U.S. could see as many as 100 million new COVID-19 cases. Currently, I see hardly any mitigation protocols left that help minimize COVID-19 transmission in our schools. We are still in a pandemic. I urge you and our Board of Education to please take action today by improving the indoor air quality in our schools and public buildings. I cannot think of a more important public health project for ARPA. Thank you for listening and for your continued service to the people of Wethersfield. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. D. Coach Schwartzman?
Lee Schwartzman, 334 Highland Street. I want to start by saying I have a son who plays lacrosse in town and a daughter that plays soccer. However, I also live at 334 Highland Street, which is directly next door to the Red Barn on the Kisha farm property. We bought our house knowing that Highland is a somewhat busy road, but that we would also be living next to this peaceful farm. About 2 months after we moved in, the news spread that the referendum was coming for the town to vote on whether or not to buy the farm. While I understand that things can change on the property, one thing that I did not plan on was living next to a possible commercial property. The traffic on our street can be a little challenging with the soccer and baseball games next door, like was discussed before. It always reminds me when I cross the street, kind of like Frogger back in the 80s, trying to make it all the way across safely. But, you know, it's 1 or 2 days in a week in the fall and the spring. I've been to complexes like what is proposed with my son and his lacrosse team, and I'm very worried about the massive parking lot, the hundreds of cars that will come in and out every hour or so until late in the evening. There have been times he has had an 8 p.m. game for an hour at an 8 p.m. game at a complex like this, which lasted an hour, and there were more than one game after him. There will be lights that will be needed to light up the parking lot and possibly outdoor fields at night, from what I read. This is not something I planned for when I moved into my house next to the barn. Will Highland need to be widened? Traffic lights? Have we thought about any of this? What about other places in town that are residential? Why can't we put it there? I imagine you wouldn't want something like this next to your house. The social media posts going around talk about how the current fields that we do have are not well maintained, and this is why we need the sports complex. Can we not use the money to fix and maintain what we currently have? Imagine if every time something broke in your house, you just bought a shiny new one. To me, it seems that the logic we are using is just wrong. It also bothers me I pay close to $10,000 a year in property taxes, and we seem very quick to build a multi-million-dollar facility, yet as someone who spends a significant amount of time coaching in the high school pool, I cannot actually swim in that pool because the town had to cut the budget, and open swim is not being offered this year. So in addition to my $10,000 in property taxes, I also need to pay LA Fitness about $40 a month to swim a few times a week. Can we not funnel some of those ARPA funds to pay for some lifeguards for 8 to 10 hours a week at the high school pool? So it just doesn't make sense that we are considering building a brand-new multi-million-dollar facility when we can't afford to allow people to fully utilize the facilities that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Cindy Jacobs, 71 Sunrise Terrace. Good evening, Town Council members. I'm here to support the amendment for the draft clearance easement by the CAA. When I found out about this draft easement, I was puzzled with the language and why it would be actually considered by the Town Council to give its rights up in perpetuity. So I'm glad to hear that the perpetuity rights have been stricken from this draft resolution, and also that it would trim trees rather than remove the trees. And that it would be for a period of 1 year. And so this will allow that study that has been commissioned by the state. They can find perform their analysis and develop their conclusions about alternative uses for the Brainerd Airport. So I want to say also, in kind of reacting to Marjorie Carson's comments, and from what I've seen is that there are these instances that come up a couple of times a year where the Town Council, is faced with giving up its rights, accommodating the expansion of the airports, and then town residents come in, they fill the auditorium, the room here, and we want to support Wethersfield, and that's what I want to say. So I hope that the Town Council is not so readily willing to give up our uses and our valuable land, it's our land rights. So please, put Wethersfield first. You've heard from residents, from town residents, a number of times on this issue, and I hope that we can wait for the results of the state study and consider alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to bring this up, actually, when we were discussing the CAA, but to your point and to Mrs. Carson's point, this plan for easement has actually been on this council's docket since 2018, if I believe so. If I remember correctly, I was sitting in that audience as a councilman when it was brought up, and CAA presented to the former mayor up here the need for this easement. So this is actually the first and only time that this council is going to be taking up this easement. So this is not a perpetual request by CAA. They've actually been working with us to come up with a compromise to see what we have before us tonight. So just wanted to clear that for the record. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Goslin. I'm at 154 Straddle Hill. And I wasn't planning on saying anything. I've been a resident since 1995, and it's a nice town. It's been a nice town. And I had a chance, I saw an ad, and I had a chance to get involved with Kisha Farm. And I didn't know anything about it. I said, sure. So my wife said to me, you should go and just see. And I figured I'd go volunteer to pick up a hammer or something like that and see what I could do to help. I had no idea. And I left there as treasurer. So, and, you know, as we talk about these things, we should look to continue to keep it a nice town. Look at the picture behind you with the barn, right? There's something to be said for, you know, there's a place for commercial stuff, there's a place for everything, but there is a place to have something nice in the town, and something that you can kind of look and say, that's a nice town, I'd like to live there. And so, and I just want that consideration as we talk about things like that, or talk about even investing in schools. Invest in the schools, give people a reason to want to move here, give people a reason to want to stay here. My kids are long since grown. You know, maybe at some point I'll look to sell my house and go somewhere else. At that time, I would hope somebody would look to say, I'd like to live there, it's a nice town. They got good school systems, they got a nice barn, it looks like a nice place to live. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Roth. I live at 123 Robeth Lane, and I just want to echo everything that everyone said about Kisha Farms. I moved here about 5 years ago, and what attracted us to the town is, and the area especially, it was open, it was beautiful, it was nice, and then we hear this proposal about a sports complex. We didn't hear anything, there was nothing in the survey about a sports complex, maybe some ball fields or something like that. So I don't know who suggested that, where that came from, or if any of the council members live in the area and want a sports complex next to their home. But I came from Long Island, and it got more and more developed, and to the point where you say it's really getting too crowded. And it seems to be happening here now, too. And I remember that old song, "Don't pave over paradise and put up a parking lot." And that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Woodward.
Good evening. Jim Woodworth, 33 Mill Street, 5H. What an agenda you guys have tonight. Holy mackerel. You've been busy and I think been doing good work. I'm here wearing my Great Meadows Conservation Trust hat, inviting you all to join your neighbors, the Great Meadows Conservation Trust at Connecticut River Conservancy, for the 26th annual Source to the Sea cleanup at the Weathersfield Cove. Can you imagine a quarter century of trash and we still have trash to pick up? It's amazing. So if you would like to join us, meet Tim Lewis, Great Meadows Trust past president, at the boat launch at 9 a.m. Saturday, September 24th. Dumpster, trash bags, gloves, and T-shirts are provided. Wear long pants, bug spray, and boots. I'm also wearing my Friends of the Kisha Farm T-shirt, and on that same Saturday, September 24th, at the same moment, 9 a.m., the Friends of the Kisha Farm are partnering with Parks and Rec to offer a second annual Fall Harvest Festival for the kids in kindergarten to third grade. This was wildly successful last year when it was sponsored by the Education Foundation. And if it's not raining like it is today, it should be another great success. There'll be pumpkin painting booths, antique farm equipment on display, all in the shadow of the historic 1940s dairy barn. As a member of the Kisha Farm Committee, I'm looking forward to a report on historic qualifications of the barn at a future council meeting, maybe the next, or the first one in October, with a less crowded agenda, as well as the report of the land use survey in a couple of months. On the subject of the survey, I want to thank Councilman Forrest for his revisions to the draft resolution calling for allocating the $7 million in ARPA funds on a sports complex at the Kisha Farm. Such a proposal would go against all the research into community wants, needs, and hopes for the Kisha Farm. The widened scope of Councilman Forrest's draft to look at the athletic fields needs of the town and where ARPA funds can best be invested is welcome, as is the proposal to convene stakeholders, including the Kisha Farm Committee, athletic organizations, park and rec boards, and others. As a member of the committee and as president, I too went to that same meeting, and I ended up, well, anyway, but, and as president of Friends of the Kisha Farm, I would like to put in a plug for spending a modest amount of the ARPA funds to build an accessible trail from the High Crest School parking lot, bridge over a wet area, through the very fine, mature forested area owned by the town, across the Kisha Farm property to the barn itself. This would partially fulfill the hopes of many of the respondents to the University of Hartford survey for passive recreation and trails. It also fulfills a goal expressed in the Connecticut Department of Agriculture Ag Viability Grant that is funding the land use survey, and in which you committed yourselves to building one trail, if you look at the wording of the application. Furthermore, such a trail would connect future activities at the farm with existing parking, as opposed to or in addition to Highland and Highcrest street side parking. Not to mention the laudable goal of inclusivity by building an accessible trail. Great Meadows Trust is building an accessible trail down in Old Weathersfield at our wood parcel. This would be at the other end of town, and would get handicapped people and everybody else in touch with nature, very simply leaving the parking lot. And we've involved students, University of Hartford students, UConn students in the land survey. Can you imagine getting, say, a local engineering firm to loan an engineer to the high school engineering class to design it, and the construction class to build it, and build the bridge, let's say? Anyway, possibilities for education right there. As a taxpayer and as a grandfather of 2 soccer players, such a committee that Councilman Forrest proposes, working toward improving fields across the town, would be so welcome. Same is true for investing $250 million in 4 new or renovated, expanded elementary schools. And once this 10-year process is over, you'll have 2 brownfield sites at the former elementary school sites that can be parking lots or turned into all-weather fields to meet future needs. My grandkids also live on River Road under the Brainerd approach, and not far from those tall trees, and requested clearance easement by CAA. Thanks for the excellent revisions to reduce the term of the abrogation easement to 1 year and modify clearance to trim. Nice work. I'll be home sleeping soundly knowing that you're all here taking care of business. So thanks for all you're doing by the time you get out of here at midnight or whenever it is. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Orsini?
Good evening, Mike Orsini, 224 Highland Street. I'll just make it short to make your night a little shorter. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution that's going to be introduced this evening to create a sports conflict at Kisha Farm. I do realize there are 2 resolutions being proposed, one that tries to tie everything else into the town and the other that focuses solely on Kisha. That is the reason why the town voted to buy it. I'm here to state that I support the original resolution that focuses solely on Kisha Farms. Being on the Kisha Farms committee, I feel that you really don't need to do the study. The study has already been done. Don't want to take a long time to do it. I really don't want to see this be something that turns into Catone Field where we wait a long time for this to happen and for this decision to be made for people that already had done the work to it. A decision that I might add at Catone Field that paid incredible dividends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Paul Lasola, 32 Hartford Ave. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution for installation of sports fields at Kisha Farm. I support taking a thoughtful approach that addresses the needs of the neighborhood, traffic, and all considerations, and that the complex fits in with the purpose of the farm itself and the many ideas that are there. I was a member of the Kisha Farm Committee, and as you know, that the need for sports fields have been identified as not only by Parks and Rec, but by the town and the surveys that were performed. I do think we can do this in a way that combines, like I said, the needs of the neighborhood, and it's all about the imagination. If I hear Mary, I'm thinking huge industrial buildings, thousands of fields, hundreds of cars motoring in and out. But in my head, I go to Hebron. There's a beautiful farm out there. It actually has a barn on it. There's tons of athletic fields. It fits in with the neighborhood. It increases the property value. I think there's a way we can do it in a way that can meet all the needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ralph?
Thanks, Paul.
Ralph D'Amato, 89 Longview Drive. Thank you for your time tonight. I know it's valuable. I'm in favor of a year-round facility. I think that when we talk about putting our stamp and looking at our future with our students and our youth, there are many things that could distinguish our town, which would do a great thing for our property values, but also for the post-secondary aspect of students that would leave this area. When you look at students that go to major universities and we look at students that travel and go to do high economic types of jobs, what you see is that they are involved in athletics, and I think that it's something that we could put a stamp on. It could be a really unique situation for our town that could distinguish us and set us for our good future. So I think, to echo what Paul was saying before, I would hope, and I see Lee, and I hope your kids always will be safe crossing the road, no matter whether there's a tulip farm there or a rec center there, that people would take those into consideration. So when we have a facility that's going to attract people for whatever reason that there is there, I would hope that the good folks in the town managers and the engineering piece would take that into consideration. So the safety of all our citizens would be there first and foremost. But in terms of what I see in terms of the need for facilities in town, our students and our kids would greatly benefit, so I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D'Amato. Ms. Lasella? Nice to see another Lasella up here just a little while ago.
We're not married, though, don't spread that rumor. I can hear you.
So Christine Lasella, 37 Belmont Street. I'm back. You guys know why I'm here. I don't have all your phone numbers, so I figured it's much quicker for me to come up here. I was here in April to talk about the ugly, unsightly cones on Main Street in front of the Old Town and the Keeney. I came back in June because my initial thought was it was really clustered. It just didn't look great. I came back in June to share with you that a young guy had gotten hit on his bike because he was trying to avoid these cones, which I actually was educated. They're called loopers. And he was riding where he was supposed to be, and he got clipped by a Ford F-350. He wasn't seriously hurt, but he got hit. So it's a safety issue. I did read back your minutes over the summer, and I saw that a couple meetings ago, Derek had talked about moving a driveway at the Keeney to straighten out that crosswalk. I'm not sure why that's just up to him to make that decision. I'm not saying it's a wrong decision. Wouldn't it be less expensive to just move the crosswalk? Because now you're going to dig up a parking lot there. I'm not sure where he's moving the driveway because there is a bus stop and a telephone pole right there. And half of the people that cross there, they go diagonal out of the crosswalk. They don't use it. And then when they do cross, they're either stuck at the Keeney driveway or the Old Town driveway, and they have to watch to make sure a vehicle isn't coming out of either or. And I watch it 3 days a week. I look out the window and I'm at work and I say, oh, there goes another one. So I'm not an engineer, and it's no disrespect to Derek, but I'm begging you guys to do something or tell me who to ask, because for some reason it's up to Derek, and I don't see why someone just doesn't go take the cones away. Take the sign out of the middle of the street. It causes more confusion. I've seen landscape trucks hit them, drag them down the street. I've actually gone out and picked them up. I've seen cars hit them, vans hit them, more than, a few times a month. So I'm just asking, and I will get people to sign a petition. Everybody that I talk to hates them. It's a nuisance. Let's see, so much. They also take up 3 parking spaces on Main Street, which I know it's been indicated we have a parking issue. I don't think we have a parking issue. We have a people person, like a lazy person issue. People don't want to park any further than they have to. So instead of using the Keeney parking lot, they go park on Center Street. The answer to that, I say, is do one side of the street parking. Just pick a side. Because eventually they will stop parking down there. They will go to the Keeney. I was at the Keeney this past Friday at 8:20 p.m. There were 50 vacant parking spots. I understand there's a plan. They want to dig up the town garden. They want to put in this gargantuan parking lot. You don't need to do that. You can expand the Keeney Center parking lot, have a visitor center, instead of it being behind a firehouse and in people's backyards. People aren't using the Keeney. And if 3 times a year we have an event, the Holidays on Main, the Porch Fest, which are all super successful, the street is closed. People aren't parking down there anyway. They're parking all around Old Weathersfield. So the parking lots would be a huge parking lot that people say, oh, someone will come park. They're not going to park there. And the other thing with parking on Center Street, both sides, is a more serious issue, and I've talked to the fire department. They can't get a truck down there, so I keep seeing it, and I'm asking you, it's dangerous. Anyone's house catches on fire down there, a truck's not going down because there's cars on both sides. Just change it. I'm not yelling at you, I'm just trying to be dramatic. Just go put signs up. I don't know why does Derek have to be the one that approves that? And lastly, if anyone knows, can get a hold of the chief of police, I emailed him in April and asked him to look into lowering the speed limit on Main Street. Does anybody know what it is? It's 30. It's 25 on Church Street. It's 35 on Celestine Highway. Change the speed limit. But he has to do that through the state. I looked into it. There's nothing that we, or I don't think you can do. I know he's been busy. I know he just came on. Change the speed limit. Then so you don't need those loopers because people will slow down. That's part of the problem, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw town manager taking notes as I am. We'll contact the chief of police about that. It's actually something you and I talked about a while back. Yeah, 25 would be ideal for that. That way they travel 30 rather than 35.
I'd go for 20 or 15 from Garden Street to Hartford Ave. There's too much foot traffic.
Anybody else on Mrs. Greenblatt? There's a guy with a green shirt who's raised his hand. Oh, on the left. Behind the gentleman with the red coat, he's raised his hand. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Should I wait for Councilman Forrest to come back? I'm Cindy Greenblatt from 35 Broad Street.
You can go.
Go ahead, okay. All right, well, I'm standing up here to address to you about the resolution to use the Kisha Farm. And I just wanted to give you a little background. I was on that committee, and I think you know that much of the results of that committee indicated that there were multiple uses that people wanted for that property, and that was one of the first things that we said. And I think someone eloquently said that there were many people who wanted sports, 29%, and there was 71% who had other ideas. And so that was one of our major recommendations to you, is to consider all those people. I feel really bad to see neighbors against neighbors here. I mean, because there's room for everybody in this community to have access to that property. And one of the things that we did on the committee is that we immediately formed a subcommittee, and they studied the sports aspect of it. And we got a field condition report so we could see what needed fixing and what didn't, and someone referenced that. And then we got an evaluation for what it would cost to have a turf, an artificial turf field put on there, and it was $2 million. And at that point, we said right away, that's way above our pay grade, that goes to you. And so we brought you the recommendations that that people supported fields, they supported farms, they supported trails, they supported active and passive recreation. And really what's happening here right now is an extension of that. This is a very appropriate conversation to have. What will take place regarding sports, not just on Kisha, but in our community? So I would ask you to expand it a little bit. You know, have a study to determine the recreational needs of the town and see where it's most appropriate to place the things that we need. It took me 2 minutes today to Google search traffic engineering study for a recreational complex. So I came up with dozens and dozens of pages. You know, I picked something in New England. I got Worcester. All right, so Worcester, 7.8 acres, very similar to what we might be able to use on Kisha. And they did a traffic study. You know, it came back right away that it was about 2,500 cars on a daily basis, and they weren't open on Sundays, but on the weekends you get about 2,900 cars. Do your study. Talk about that. Does that belong on Highland Street in Collier, adjacent to a high school, elementary school, or would you prefer to have that in another area of town? I think people embrace the complex. I think it's very successful. I advocate a really inclusive and moderate approach to this. Take it to that next level. You know, we brought you the results. This is what the community wants and will support. Now take it there, you know, so that you can get them the field that's appropriate for Kisha, the field that's needed perhaps to bring our town to another level in terms of athletics, but I really hope that it's not used as some kind of wedge to drive us apart. I also think that the appropriate use of ARPA funds should be considered, and I thought Mr. D made an excellent point about the schools and filtration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman over here in green, sorry.
I know people have been signing in here, but if someone could just sign this for me, because I can't see it. Daniel Andrews, 21 Stonegate Drive. My property borders the field. It's the first house on Stonegate that does. And I've been there since '94, and I've been legally blind for 6 years. But all this time I've been living there, I look forward to the spring when I can hear the baseball players over there at the field at Highcrest. And, you know, they're loud as like they're in my backyard. And then this time of year in the fall, the freshman cheerleaders go over there and they start doing their cheers in that field over there, and the people playing soccer and all that. But the thought of a complex with more fields and more, you know, cheering and all of that, and while it seems nice and all that, it's just really, sounds like to me, a noise problem. You know, being blind, I'm just more sensitive to it. You can put up lights, that's not going to bother me. Okay. But yeah, I did come here a couple of years ago and talk about the referendum also with traffic and at least getting a parking lot in there. And you know, knowing that this type of a complex is really limited time use. It's, you know, from 4 to whatever time in the evening on weekdays and weekends. You know, probably all day. So, you know, it's not like during the day, you know, most of the daytime when there isn't a lot of traffic around. It's going to be at that time of day when, you know, the traffic and all the people around, you know, when kids can go over there and play, right? So I'd just like you to consider the noise factor of a complex like this, you know, being a close neighbor in that area. And also, you know, I'm walking those streets myself, so I do listen before I cross. And would like to have the opportunity to cross the street once in a while if there aren't too many cars. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how is everyone this evening? My name is Giovanna Ehrlich. I live at 12 Hunters Path. I am the Facebook post person who talked about the need to have everybody come out and support this referendum, and I am in favor of having an athletic field be built over on the Kisha Farm complex. I've been an active member in the youth sports community since 2016. I've served in various roles such as coach, board member, parent, and advocate of sports and activities in town. I'm a health and phys ed teacher by trade, parent, you name it. I probably sat in a board meeting, listened to the town council talk about fields, turf, anything, you've got it. It's part of a lifestyle that I think is important. As Mr. D'Amato said, sports is huge. It's good for the psyche of kids. It keeps them in a safe space. It teaches them life lessons, and it's part of our town. And I think it's the growth of our town and where we're going right now is huge. So I'm speaking this evening to show support in favor of the sports complex proposal from a previous town council meeting with the ARPA funds on Kisha Farms. Since the purchase of the property by the town in 2018, there hasn't been any plans made to move forward in any direction for the land use. And quite frankly, I feel like we're spinning around in circles tonight. We're all talking on different directions, but we need to make a decision. There's been land studies. I've listened to phone calls on that in regards to when we're all sitting at home during COVID, open forums, surveys, Google Forms, an amazing Kisha Farm committee who put on a spectacular show over the past couple falls, but zero plans have been made to move forward with the property. At this time, we have an amazing opportunity with ARPA funds to have a sports complex to be developed. And when I feel like it's all in a matter of perspective, when I'm hearing family members, community members, people talk, the one thing that's coming to my mind right now is somebody talking about Foxborough Stadium. That is the massive, huge, giant complex that I can picturing in my head right now that people are thinking the worst. But I see this as an opportunity to allow families and athletes to participate in a variety of community-based activities and programs to accommodate the needs of everyone in regards to bringing our community together as a whole. During the start of any sports season, whether it's the fall or the spring, our town programs are faced with poor quality fields, overused fields, lack of supply and demand, and the continued growth, which is amazing, of our youth programs, which leaves us with smaller amounts of space. Having this opportunity to gain additional community center / sports complex will open the door to bring the families of our community together, strengthen our schools, youth sports, which will increase the desire to live in the town of Wethersfield. Please consider all the benefits of this amazing opportunity that it has for our town and approve the proposal for the sports complex. I loved listening to everyone talk, all their different various opinions. I think this is a great opportunity for our town to really develop something pretty awesome. As I said, sports is my life. I still continue to coach. I've had the opportunity to travel to different states. I've been to multiple different sports complexes in neighboring areas. If done correctly by the right design, engineer, and community-based efforts, we can create everybody's needs into one total package. It's about being realistic, but also having a balance in what we each want. My kids are young. They love this town. I love being a volunteer coach in this town because we do so much for the kids on the field and off the field. It's something that I think will continue to strengthen us, but also strengthen our community as a whole. Thank you very much, and thank you for time for me to speak.
Thank you. Okay. Who's got a couple other people? And we got a gentleman back there in line, but we'll do 1, 2, and then 3. You're 2.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Roth, 123 Robeth Lane. I've been listening to all sides tonight, and I live, in the neighborhood of Kisha Farm, so the thought of thousands of cars and lots of parking spaces really doesn't appeal to me. However, I do understand, having kids, being a teacher, that the need for a sports complex. So when I first heard about this, I Googled sports complexes in Middlesex and Hartford County. Not one of them is located in a residential area. So while I would say, why can't that be a compromise? Have a sports complex somewhere in a commercial part of town and leave Kisha Farm for many multi-purposes. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Friend, 8 Avalon Place. I just wanted to piggyback on what Gianna, or as we call her in our house, Coach G, had to talk about regarding the farm and the sports complex. I am in support of the sports complex being there. I do understand the concerns of the neighbors, especially the neighbors who live directly abutting the property. When I picture the sports complex, I don't necessarily picture Sports World, what we see up in East Windsor, the bubble off of 91. I do picture more of what Paul Lasilla stated, Burnt Hill Park in Hebron, which is a lovely sports complex as part of what was previously a farm that was purchased by the town of Hebron, and then within 5 years turned into a lovely sports complex, complete with lacrosse, soccer, baseball fields, educational opportunities for the neighborhood. Of course, they do have a much bigger size property than we're referring to here, so it would not be the same scale, but I believe that with working together, we'd be able to accommodate the needs of our youth sports programs, which are in need of better fields, as well as the needs of the neighbors that surround that area, and the educational uses that it could be used for. I do have 2 daughters that play lacrosse in town, and each spring they use the fields at the Cove, they use the field behind Charles Wright, they use the field at Webb. Each of those fields have been designated as fair condition by the Parks and Rec Department. Fair would be an extremely generous term. There's only one level below that, which is poor. Fair is used, excuse me, the deficiencies include uneven playing surfaces, poor drainage, which results in constant cancellations of practices and games, and, excuse me, and at Charles Wright, which is where my oldest daughter plays her lacrosse games, the area is not even large enough to fit a regulation girls lacrosse field. So even though my daughters both play lacrosse, they are unable in the town of Weathersfield to play home games on a regulation-sized lacrosse field due to the facilities that they use. I go to our neighboring towns. I see a riverfront complex in Glastonbury. I see the Clem Lemire Sports Complex in Newington. I see Burnt Hill in Hebron, and I see no reason why we can't do something similar here in Weathersfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Sue Fenley. I live at 57 Country Club Road. Just a couple of things about the sports complex and about Kisha Farm. This is a wonderful opportunity. This is such a great resource for the town. So it should be something for everybody. I just want to remind you that when the high school was renovated, we lost the only greenhouse in town to put in an extra gym at the high school. So we need that facility. We've been working in the Kisha Farm Complex Committee for a long time now, trying to make the Kisha Farm a resource for everybody, particularly our students. So I asked you, if you got money to put into a business, sports complex business, you can put that into the Kisha Barn and Greenhouse. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Kelly?
Steve Kelly, 29 Old Smithy Lane. Just a couple of thoughts as I listen to everybody here. Everything sort of ties in together. We acquire open space, and then we try and figure out what we should be doing with it. And yet, we're talking about going back to the school renovation plan. We're talking about taking a nice big chunk out of Old Weathersfield by moving Hamner School over into the Ball Diamond. If you keep riding by there all the time, it's a beautiful view. It's a park that gets used, whether they're playing baseball or the after-school program. We're not going to replace it by tearing down Hamner, because the neighbors on Hartford Avenue, Willard Street, and Rosedale are going to say, whoa, wait a minute. You know, and why would you do that anyway? I really think the school renovation plan has to be rethought, because there hasn't been a whole lot of information about it, but I'm wondering where Highcrest School is going to be built anew while the old one is still there. Sounds to me like it's going to be over on the ball field, the soccer field, and sadly where that red barn is. So I really think, I'm not against schools being renovated. I won't have any children going through. God, I won't even have my grandchildren going through these schools. And I'm all in favor of renovation, but I don't think you have to tear the place down to renovate it. I mean, I remember when Hamner got built, if anybody remembers, the lady just referred to the only greenhouse in town. That's what was there. There was an old farm there and a greenhouse. And we all went to Stillman School. And maybe like after they closed that down, I remember one of the town managers came up with the idea, we're going to tear down the Stillman building. Well, I still had enough juice back then where people would listen to me. And, you know, what are you, out of your mind? And, you know, you talk to the right people, the people on council, and look at the school now. I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's still the old Stillman building. But the other little peeve I've got also is Weathersfield used to be, I don't know, well, you guys aren't old enough. Maybe you, Tom. Huh? Not that old. But how many schools we've had that were put into use, taken out of use, put back into use. I can't understand why we do away with the neighborhood school concept. You know, I read the little information that was available about, well, the plan we have for Charles Wright, we don't have enough land. Well, maybe you don't have enough width. It's certainly deep enough, but why is everybody north of Church Street, up in, you know, the other side of the tracks, why aren't they going to have a neighborhood school? I mean, it's going to be, start buying stock in bus companies, because you're going to be transporting a lot of kids. Now, did anybody look into the fact that, geez, maybe those property values up north of Knott Street are going to go down? So where's the tax savings? I mean, I'd like to see the referendum go through. I noticed that, you know, if you combine all of them together, you're going to get all the PTO people out to vote. But it's an awful lot of money, and I'm not sure you're going to get the results you're looking for. Does that beep mean I'm done? No? What's it mean?
People are emailing us.
But basically, that's it. And as far as the sports complex goes, I don't think it was intended to be over where the Red Barn was. I think it was over on the other property. And, I mean, I'm not envisioning an indoor building with everything. It's going to be passive sports. That was it. A couple thoughts. Oh,
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, you're not that old if you could hear that ding up here.
How many people remember 1949?
Anybody else on public comments? Yes, sir.
Okay, John Petray, 36 Beverly Road, AKA the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I've been in a neighborhood for 15 years, and cars flying by my house, and whistles going on at Millwoods Park, and concerts going on over there, and I'm doing okay. I'm pretty happy. I'm speaking in support of the Kisha Farms Development Sports Complex. I think our football team used to practice at Hamner. We got moved up to Webb Field, which is now shared with the freshman football team. And I can tell you that there's a lot of divots in the field, and the field is not as safe as it was even when my older son was playing about 10 years ago. So we're in need of more playing fields. We're in need of more, community support. I do think that the park can be built to satisfy a number of the needs that have been expressed tonight. But we definitely need, we 100% need more playing fields. We're aging the fields at the schools. We're using the facilities at the schools. Our cheer team is using facilities inside the schools. We could have locations that would, if we had another location for our program, it would spread out the usage among all the fields. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Martha Keneally, 12 Fairmont Street. I did want to just make a couple comments about the Kisha Farm proposal. I'll start by saying I live right next to the fields right up here at Silas, Deane, so I'm very familiar with living right next to sports fields. We have traffic. That's just 2 fields, though, and I can tell you the traffic is busy every Saturday and Sunday. There's no lights. There is no indoor facility. I'm not sure I'm hearing that this is not an indoor facility. I think that I'm hearing that this is a year-round facility, and unless there's something indoors, it's not year-round unless you're putting in a skating rink, which would be fun, and that would be something to think about. So I guess I've spent plenty of time. My kids played sports throughout school. We love sports. I value them. I absolutely see the value in helping them, in terms of their schooling and where they are in college right now, all of those things. But I have spent plenty of time in these indoor facilities. They come in all sizes, but they operate late at night. There is no denying it. They are going to operate late into the evening. That's how you make money. That's how you use them. They operate when the kids aren't in school. They're after school into the night. I've been at a game at 9 o'clock at night. I've been at a game at 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and so this is year-round. And it is a lot. I don't think we can deny that. I think the idea of a sports field at Kisha is great, or 2. I think that that's what the committee would say, that that's a great idea. It's a great use of that property. I don't see the benefit of investing our ARPA funds, though, in a project that doesn't have a more defined economic impact on the community. I'm thinking of adjacent economic impact you usually might see from something like a sports facility. So somebody mentioned it, Mary, you said it before, like after a game, I'm taking my kids to get a hamburger or pizza. Well, where am I going if I'm over on Kisha Farm? I'm going to the Berlin Turnpike, or I'm going to Newington. I don't want the adjacent economic development to be for those communities. I want them to be for our community. So I'm up for a bubble, but let's put it on Silas Deane Highway, where we can have an actual impact on our commercial centers. So I think we have to think about how we're using our ARPA funds in order to do what's best, not just for the sports community and for our kids, all good uses, but also so that we see transformative change in our community. And how is the payoff? What is the payoff there? And by the same token, what's the opportunity cost of not bringing those things that the community has said we want at Kisha, like rec trails, which are incredibly beneficial for property values, and the other things. So it can be both. And I think what I'm hearing here is that suggestion that we do want all of this. I also feel like that this needs to kind of go back in the oven and bake a little longer and get a little bit more information about what the potential economic impact is of this, to have all stakeholders at the table to talk about it, to have some co-leadership from the community on this important plan and how we do this. And so I would just ask that we think about what is the community benefit, what's the economic benefit, what's the lasting benefit of this important investment. I was here before to talk about a project we have at the library, and I'm not here to advocate for a particular other project, but there's lots of other people lots of other groups who've come up and have spoken for the use of ARPA funds for other things. I will also say it feels like we're putting a lot of our eggs in this basket when there are a lot of other things like air quality in our schools, like funding for our first responders, other important projects that we have to weigh also against this. So I would just ask you to consider all of those things. I know this is a tough job, and I really thank you for your work on it.
Thank you. Ms. Keys?
Sorry, I guess I'm shorter than everyone. Elizabeth Keys, 119 Dix Road. So I came here originally to speak about the Brainerd easement and the compromise, and to thank everyone who worked so hard to achieve that, and to thank in advance the individuals who are going to be supporting it. But I did want to say, excuse me, I did want to say a word about the sports complex and the use of ARPA funds based on what I've been hearing here. And one of the things that struck me in the Facebook post that was circulating about this was that there was a statement that it wouldn't cost us anything except for ARPA funds. Well, that is a cost. That's the opportunity cost of the other things we could be doing with the ARPA funds. And these are funds that are given to us because the federal government acknowledges that our communities have experienced a great deal of trauma as a result of the pandemic, and this was supposed to be used to alleviate some of this trauma. And I absolutely acknowledge that youth sports is a great way and a great component of that, but there should be other components as well. We talked about IAQ, indoor air quality. Some other communities have used it for things like infrastructure improvements, mental health services, aid to small businesses. So there's a lot of opportunities there, and I just hope that whatever we choose to use these funds for, we would take a holistic approach and it would benefit the entire community. And maybe include some sports fields and some improvements to existing fields. I have young children, we're down at the field adjacent to Kisha for soccer and t-ball and everything, and I think that would be wonderful. But I really hope we take a thoughtful approach to these funds and we use them in a way to benefit the entire community. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you for all your work. Thank you for serving the community.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Christopher Brecklin. I live at 72 Village Drive. I'm sort of new to the community, so you'll have to excuse me. I don't really understand the full history of the Kisha Farm purchase. I moved here in 2020, but reading and speaking more specifically about the resolution that's being introduced for the sports complex, I definitely have a lot of questions regarding it. One, my understanding is that the purchase was made for the property was made using bond funds. And in the resolution, it references specifically both the ability of this investment, the $7 million, to allow for this property to generate revenue for the town on the debt service, but then it also references per bond council that the property can't be sold or subdivided. So my question is, what plans will be in place that will both abide by any kind of rules or agreements in place when those bonds were issued for how that property gets used, and how will this align with that if the plan is for it to generate revenue? And then in addition to that, if the property is being converted in a significant enough way to cost $7 million, how does that affect the value of that asset relative to the bonds that were issued? And then the town's actual credit rating associated with those bonds. And so the responsibility being that the town should be taking care of that asset in accordance with how those bonds were issued. And so my question is, not being here for the original purchase of that property, is that there seems to be something missing in that resolution regarding exactly how that would be affected by this kind of an investment in that property. And then I would just like to echo the sentiments that a lot of people have had here, that if the current sports fields are not in very good condition, what belief do we have that now making this $7 million investment at the expense of other opportunities in the community, how will we then be maintaining that asset, again, in accordance with the fact that the town issued over $2 million in bonds to purchase this property for specific purposes? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
I live on a long street, so you'll have to bear with me.
How many P's in Whippoorwill? L's?
WHIPPOORWILL. Okay, we're there. Okay, Tom Fitzpatrick, 40 Whippoorwill Way. I sat up there for a number of years prior, and each time I've sat up there, each year, the same arguments came up with the fields being in bad shape and that we needed to build new fields. Nobody ever said, well, and I mean, there was a number of organizations. There was the Weathersfield Sports Federation, a group of people that wanted to take apart Millwoods Park and build a number of fields over there. I'm trying to think of some of the other options that were given, where what we basically do is just keep adding on to the number of fields that the town had. Never any discussion about let's fix them up. My kids have taken advantage of the sports fields in this town. I mean, my daughters have played, we've played basketball, we've played travel soccer, we've done them all. You name it. My kids have the T-shirts. So, I understand, and that was one of the big things that I always said to my kids, that I wanted to make sure that you were on a team, because I think that's important. I think you can tell people who have been on a team, have played a sport, whether you're sitting in the first spot or whether you're sitting in the last spot. But again, I also taught school for 25 years, and I came to realize that a lot of people don't play sports. As much as I love it, there's people out there that don't play sports, and we have to offer them something also. I'm not saying that you can't build fields on Kisha Farms. Maybe you integrate that into it. But I think to have a sports complex, and really, after listening to it tonight, there's really no definition of what this sports complex. There's going to be a lot of fields, and there's going to be a building, and there's going to be lights, and there's going to be traffic, and there's going to be, everybody has, but nobody's really said, or I've yet to see, I couldn't see in the proposal what that concept was going to be. And I think before you start to ask the town to spend that money, and you start to tell people who are not big sports fans, that they can't be involved in that piece of property. I think you need to have something a little more concrete to move forward with. So again, I'm not against a field. I'm not against one or two fields on there incorporated into a larger plan. But I don't think you want FSA. I don't think you want the dome that's out in Tallinn. I don't think you want, I mean, those are all in industrial pieces of property. I mean, and, you know, they're open for them to work. You've got to be open from 8 in the morning till midnight, and you've got to fill those things up. It's not something that you can, you know, that you can run for a couple hours during the day. And if I understand right, too, the grammar school across the street, the elementary school, is going to be moving closer over. It's shifting its location when we rebuild Highcrest. And that's going to be on top of that street. And now you're going to put it on a street that the traffic is just going to increase astronomically. So I think, you know, these are all things that you need that haven't been thought through, or at least I can't see that they've been thought through. I mean, I love the idea of saying, yeah, let's put in a sports complex. But let's think about what we're doing with it, okay? Because you're asking people to spend, we're going to spend money on the new schools, and now you're saying, well, let's spend another $9 million on a sports complex. And how are we going to maintain it? Well, that'll come next year. You know, after we build it, then we can send people back and say how bad the fields are getting, and we need to add maintenance to the budget. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Now, just a little housekeeping for folks that are here. If I'm not mistaken, this, you know, majority of the folks spoke on the Kisha farm property. That is for introduction tonight. We won't be voting yay or nay on any complex tonight or anything like that. You're more than welcome to stay around and listen to everything else that's on the agenda tonight, but there is no actual vote on the proposal for Kisha. There is a public hearing that would occur, what's the next, 19th? September 19th. If we move this forward tonight for further discussion, there would be another public hearing actually on that particular topic on the 19th, and then subsequent vote if merited. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's correct. Moving on to the agenda. Council reports from councilors on any boards or commissions.
Bye, guys.
Yeah. Have one.
Oh, my gosh.
I have, Shelley can go first.
Shelley goes first.
I'll make this very brief. Thank you. On behalf of the Youth Advisory Board, we just wanted to say thank you so much for all the donations. Over 400 backpacks were filled and handed out with school supplies, so that was wonderful. So thank you to everybody for that. And also, when we're discussing the increase in energy costs this year, please take advantage of the energy assistance program that we're offering through social services, excuse me. They're going to be beginning Wednesday, September 14th. You can call the office to schedule an energy assistance application appointment, and they can help you with that. So please take advantage of that. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Parks and Rec Board meeting on August 25th. There were discussions about the fields, about the sports complex. There was discussion about pickleball. I know I bring that up all the time to my fellow councilors, but it was a good discussion about that. There was also discussion, it's going to be for introduction later this evening, the proposal for a smoke-free facility, which passed unanimously, which passed unanimously through that. It's a hard-working group, appreciate all they do, and it's a pleasure to be the liaison. That's it, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilman Hill?
Real quick, Mayor, just one highlight from the library board meeting back in August. One thing that Brooke brought to our attention was that the HVAC at the library does need some repairs, specifically in the community room. It's restricting and affecting a lot of programs within the library, and most importantly, the library because of that, could no longer be used as a cooling station during heat waves, which we've seen a bunch this summer. So it's something I just want to highlight as we enter into next year and our next budget cycle in terms of capital improvement.
Okay. I think Deputy Mayor Mazzarella is probably thinking ahead like I am.
We approved it.
Yeah, I thought so. We had a discussion on it, and it was probably in your email earlier today.
Town Hall Library, replace four-season unit, we approved $35,000 for the design. Design, yeah. What's that? I think the actual unit was estimated at $400,000.
Okay. So we're moving forward with the
Yeah.
design?
And I'll relay back as much.
Okay.
We double-checked, Kev, before you.
Yeah.
I thought we did too.
Yeah, we did. That was actually way before we did that when Bonnie was still here, the design one.
Okay. Anybody else with any council? Councilman Biggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to share on behalf of the Veterans Commission, Thursday, September 15th, to all veterans or those who have veteran-affiliated family members, there is a veteran seminar that will be providing information on access at the Pickens Community Center. We'll have the VA specifically there, some reps, and they'll be able to provide some information. That is Thursday, September 15th, 4 to 7 p.m. at the Pickens Community Center. Additionally, the Veterans Commission is trying to extend their outreach across generations. So what they're doing is partnering up with the Weathersfield school system and getting a liaison from the high school that will now be a spokesperson on behalf of the Veterans Commission and incorporate some of the high school members. And then November 11th, we will be starting planning for our Veterans Day is obviously going to be coming up faster than anything. So Veterans Day ceremony, we need as many participants that want to help us plan. Every year it turns out real well, but we've been lacking on volunteers to help out. So if you would like to help out with planning and organizing, Rachel Mattioli is the new Assistant Director of Parks and Rec, and that is the point of contact if you would like to be a member of the planning board for Veterans Ceremony or for Memorial Day Ceremony in the following year. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just looking at Rachel's email. I think there's a meeting tomorrow night?
That is correct.
Yep. Okay, and yeah, Mary T-Bolt, she did it for a number of years, did a great job, and Sal Kuchia before that, and with Mary's retirement, now Rachel's on board, so.
She's on board. She doesn't know what she's stepping into with the veterans.
Keep Mayor Camilleri, toned down at some of those meetings, please. And actually, I'm kind of serious about that, too. He still has a good...
He has a little kick in the meetings every now and then, little kick.
Okay. Councilman Pentelow.
Yeah, just a quick update from EDIC and RDA, just kind of a follow-up to the proposal that the town manager put forward to allocate some of the ARPA funds to economic development. Joya has been doing a fantastic job in conjunction with both commissions on coming up with, tangible programs to allocate that money to. So I think, Fred, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they should be ready to present to council in the next few meetings. Yeah, next meeting, so just wanted to give everybody a heads up.
Okay. No other comments on boards or commissions? Regular council comments? Any council comments? Councilman Biggs?
Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address, it was said a couple times about Highcrest area. It's my side of town area, pretty much all over Weathersfield, the traffic calming. There's still excessive speeding. There's random pedestrian incidents happening with vehicular situations happening across town. I just really want us to try to figure something out to get that traffic calming. I know it's always been said, Weathersfield is not a town to have speed bumps. Honestly, I care more about safety than the look. If we can have some type of speed calming, some type of tables to slow down cars. I have two boys of my own. The one thing I would hate is for my son to go chase a ball and someone speeding down the street. I don't want us to wait till that happens. So I would really just hope that we could kind of figure something out there. That's all I have. And I know I'm looking your way, but I'm just saying that as a general thing.
If I may, Mayor. Councilor Biggs, and that's something that we are looking at absolutely, and specifically to traffic calming at the next meeting on the 19th. The chief will also be providing an update to the council and to all the citizens on just general update on statistics and what's going on around town, but specifically he's also going to be zeroing in on some of the traffic calming efforts that they have underway. And with respect to the speed humps, we are looking at doing some down in Old Weathersfield as a test to show how they work, that they can work. So that's something that'll be coming forward too. So we're looking at those things, and we're looking at other locations they might be applicable.
Thank you.
I tried to get them down Main Street leading into the Cove for 2 years, so.
Maybe you should try Broad Street.
Yeah, I don't think there's any speeding on Broad Street right now.
Not right now.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, last week, I had the pleasure of spending a couple hours with the town manager and Mayor Rell. We took a extensive tour of Great Meadows. We were looking at the traffic situation. I don't know if you call it traffic, but there's been a lot of instances of vandalism, and property owners are quite upset about what's been going on there. And we did have a meeting several weeks prior to that with all the landholders. But I wanted to get a first-hand look, which we did, at what we can do to resolve some of the problems that the landowners are having with vandalism of their crops, their equipment, access to their land, and so forth. And we're trying to come up with a solution that will benefit everybody, still allow the public to walk through those public places, and hopefully we can come up with a solution in the near future. Secondly, I just want to make a personal comment. There seems to be a public perception that I control this council with regards to what goes on at Kisha Farms. And I'm one of 9 people up here that I believe I have a say in what goes on. I speak my mind. I do my homework. I don't fly off the handle. And to be quite honest, most of the people up here don't agree with me. But I still have the right to speak my mind on an issue, and I'm looking out for the best interests of the community. I happen to be in a good position. I'm retired, and I spend a lot of my time doing my research. So I just hope people will understand that what's happened or not happened at Kisha Farms is not solely my doing. As a matter of fact, it's kind of like I told you so. If you go back 4 years, we had no plan of what was going to be done with that land. And here we are, 4 years later, still trying to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Any other comments? Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak about 2 community events I attended since they were great since the last meeting. Before I do that, I wanted to say a big thank you to the public who came out today and tonight, and all of the emails and correspondence that we've been receiving. To me, that is democracy in action, and having people come up here and voice their opinions. It's great to see such a crowded room and such healthy discussion, and bringing up ideas and having the public engaged. So thank you for that. The 2 events I wanted to mention, the first was the Times Fool Company's production of Macbeth in Old Weathersfield. My understanding is there was about 900 people who attended the multiple nights of Macbeth, and congratulations, they put on a tremendous production, and it's a great asset to have the Times Fool Company here in Weathersfield. And then lastly, a week ago, Saturday, I know I saw the mayor there and Councilor O'Connor, I'm sure many others were there as well, Porch Fest. I have a family of singers. I'm not one of them. I can't sing at all, but I appreciate music. And I think there were 36 bands. There may have been more. But what a great community event to have so many folks out and about in Old Weathersfield listening to music, visiting our businesses and restaurants. It was just a great community event to attend. So I want to thank all the folks that helped put on Old Porch Fest. I think the shopkeepers are not called that anymore. Is it the Explore
Historic Weathersfield?
Thank you. Explore Old Weathersfield, something like that.
Could be like that.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Old Weathersfield Shopkeepers Association.
That's what
I
I
still
remember.
call them that.
Yeah. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks, Mayor. Two very quickly. The first is I noticed on the Zoning Board of Appeals that we're moving 2 people from alternate to regular members, which will assist and help that committee moving forward. But I think that now we have 2 alternate spots left open. So from wherever they come from in the public, please contact the town manager that we have volunteer opportunities. It's not entirely burdensome, but it's our community and it's how we operate a lot of our business. So there's 2 spots at least open on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that would really help them get some of the business done. That helps, get our economy going, because getting this Zoning Board of Appeals, getting these things through the process allows for community members and businesses to get the job done. Also, just note, it has come up before, but as I was coming from, I talked to the mayor before, coming from the hockey rink in Cromwell to here, the hole in front of the board and on the South Deane Highway has gotten bigger, definitely. My car noticed it. And I think it may be from the rain, maybe there's a little sinkhole there going on, but just to note that it's getting worse, and the continued differences between the manhole covers, or workman's hole covers, what maybe they're called now, access covers, and along the South Deane Highway are getting worse. They're getting deeper, and with the winter coming along, it maybe even exacerbate that subject. Along with the Wilkett Hill Road, I think there's 2 that I can think of that I hit pretty hard recently. And so if you could maybe have someone take a look at that, especially since one of them is a major state road, it might be able to get fixed before winter. Thank you.
Else? I'm surprised Kenny didn't mention this. Mayor's Charity Ball event coming up on Monday night.
Thank you, Mayor.
At the Charles, I believe 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, 6 to 10.
6 to 10. Tickets are available. Get online or ask any of us up here about those tickets. It's a great event. The Mayor's Ball has been canceled in the past couple of years due to COVID and restrictions on indoor. This is a great event as it blends both indoor and outdoor. Now, at the Charles, the funds go to the backpack, the senior fresh food, and
Preschool scholarships.
Preschool scholarships for that. That's coming up again Monday night, 6 o'clock at the Charles. And also, I wanted to just mention a couple things. We did get some praise. I always like to get praise every once in a while. The garbage barrels that have been placed in the Cove parking lot area, as well as on Main Street, are a big hit, especially the ones at the Cove, as they have the cover on top. Doesn't allow the birds to get in, pull the garbage out, blows all over the parking lot. Also keeps the wind from blowing it out as well. We've done a great job with that. I did attend, and thanks to Amy at the Senior Center, she invited me over for coffee and cookies with the seniors. And there were a couple things that were brought up the other day, and I will talk to the town manager on those. One was mentioned earlier today, the grass and tall vegetation around the railroad tracks and Beaver Brook was brought up, as well as pickleball, which we've heard, and then we've seen the emails back and forth. I think we can work out a compromise with 15 tennis courts in town. There could be at least one dedicated to that. But there is a question on whether or not we can do pickleball indoors at the community center, the new gymnasium there. It would be great in the wintertime months, setting aside a couple hours so that they could do this. I saw Kathy Bagley, so maybe this is a conversation Parks and Rec and the senior coordinator could have, how to balance timing of indoor sports activities and senior pickleball, or maybe not senior pickleball, just regular pickleball.
I'm kind of a senior, it's okay.
I didn't want to offend anybody up on the dais. There is also some questions about the signs and the entrances to the community center. One actually says senior citizens entrance, and I don't know if that's PC anymore or if we can, come up with a better name for that entrance. And in fact, that entrance is all the way in the back by some dumpsters and recycle bins, so that may be something we could look into, different entrances and parking configuration. Again, Kathy, I think you'd worked on that in the past, looking at different parking configurations over there, making it a little bit easier for the senior center, or seniors to enter the senior center. And then just one other one that was brought up, and we'd heard it in the past, this is the brown barrel idea. I think this is something that we should probably put some preference on, and that would be a brown barrel option. Maybe we do the pilot program in certain neighborhoods. For those that are watching and those in the audience, brown barrel would be alternating. The green ones go out every week. The blue recycles go out every 2 weeks. That gap week would be a brown barrel where your compostable, organic leaves, grass clippings, tree limbs, food waste. I don't know about food waste. Yeah, that might be something separate. It'll probably end up in there. But that's something we should probably look into as well. And that's about it. And a couple other things that I'll talk to the town manager on about the senior center. And then one actually came up, and then we're hopefully going to take care of it tonight on the agenda. So that's all I got.
One question to add to that. Does anyone know if there's an ordinance about littering within the town of Weathersfield? You see it on state highways and such, but, there's just a tremendous amount of litter in my daily walks. It's all over the place, and I'm going to start picking it up, but I'm only one person. So.
Tom, I'm fairly certain, I'm actually working with the town manager generally about some littering concepts, both resident, like personally and commercially concepts, but a lot of things to work through with that. But I think there is a littering, but I'll have to check.
We do have the state's NIP money coming in, and I think you and I mentioned a while back, I think we're getting about $26,000, $28,000. We should probably think about using that dedicated strictly for either a litter improvement or to sponsor some cleanups. I know Jim Woodward, who was here earlier, talked about the Source to Sea. That's a great event. Maybe we could do a couple other municipal cleanups. So
my house is exactly the amount of time it takes to buy a nip at Spiro's Liquor on Walcott Hill and drink it and throw it out your car window. I picked up 40 nips in one day in front of my house, along with losing scratch tickets. So
None of them were winners, not one?
it's a problem.
it really is.
Oh, good.
Okay.
How many of the nips were yours?
Well, when you lose the lottery.
He's retired, I'm just saying. No judgment.
Okay. Moving on, Mr. Presley, your town manager's report.
Mr. Mayor, I think you've all pretty much covered everything I was going to cover, so I will defer in the interest of time.
Okay. Sue? As you're busy typing up the minutes.
So I just wanted to mention that notification has been received from Clifton Larson Allen LLP of West Hartford, Connecticut, that they will begin conducting the annual audit of the financial statements of the governmental activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the town of Weathersfield as of and for the year ended June 30th, 2022. They expect to begin on or around September 19th and will be submitting a final report on approximately October 31st of 2022. And it also will be included in the town's annual report, and the complete information has been provided to you in your packets. and at your seats, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to council action, and if I can use this opportunity in the indulgence of the council to maybe move the requested clearance easement by the Connecticut Airport Authority, unfinished business B3B, up to this as the first issue that we take up. Three gentlemen from the Airport Authority are here. They are out-of-town residents, and if we can, save them. We're already 2.5 hours in sometime. So if I can get a motion to move item 3B to the first council action item.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nays have it. Motion carries. I think everybody's pretty familiar with this issue. Some folks did talk to it on the public hearing comments. I did take some liberty and mention that this was brought up, and actually Mr. Deputy Mayor had brought up the plans in 2018. Some of us who are up here were in attendance either on the council or in the audience when the Airport Authority had first addressed this with us in 2018. That was nearly, can't remember if it was fall or spring. I think it was the fall, so it was about 4 years ago. And it was the concern at that time that these trees would be encroaching into the airspace for Brainerd Airport at the time, posing a hazard to pilots both on takeoff and on landing. And if folks remember, this parcel in question is on the east side of the 91, just south of Brainerd Airport, and it's actually in the recommended flight path of going up the river and turning left and then going straight into the runway on landings. So this had come to our attention that the property in question was growing, too high up into the plane approach for takeoffs and landings. There has been a considerable amount of work, first started by Town Manager Gary Evans, who put it on top of the first inbox for then Town Manager Therian, who worked with CAA to come up with some language. We've been working on it back and forth for probably about a year or two now. And actually, when Fred Presley became our town manager, his experience at the community airport was one of the things that I looked at as being perfect for us in taking on this easement. Thank you to Fred and the hard work that CAA has been doing. They redlined a number of sections that were in question, and we have before us tonight a new easement request. This actually is a request of the FAA, of CAA, for us to do this. I will open the floor up to Mr. Kevin Dillon, Alex, and Rob, if you guys want to come up here and speak, or Mr. Dillon, at first kind of give us a lay of the land, and then how we got to this easement in front of us, and then any future needs of this property.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. As you know, this has a lot of history. I actually think it goes back to 2017 in the spring. Remember, the Jets drafted Jamal Adams the night of the hearing, so that's how I recall it. But this is a requirement of airport operators across the country, not only here in Connecticut, to keep approaches to runways clear. There's always a concern in terms of trees growing into those approaches, so this is a significant safety issue for us.
Typically, what the FAA requires in order to make it eligible for federal funding is it has to be an easement in perpetuity. So that's what we've been chasing all this time to ensure that this project could be eligible for federal funding. A while ago, we approached the FAA and had told them that we were willing to take a look at us directly funding the project. Even at that point, the regional office of the FAA made a determination that we still required an easement in perpetuity. So we did challenge that determination in the region down in Washington. As you can imagine, that's usually a time-consuming effort to get a response on that. But we did get a very quick response back. And Washington, I think because of the severity of the safety considerations associated with this, is allowing us to move forward with a one-time access agreement to trim the trees. Unfortunately, it is not going to be eligible for federal funding, but we have elected as the CAA to pick up the cost of the trimming. So that's where we stand right now.
Thank you. Any questions from the council to Mr. Dillon?
Just have,
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
just, no, originally, we talked about obstructions that might occur later on, and they would be trimmed flush to the ground. That's been taken out of this draft. My question is, if we're at, say, the 90-foot mark, and your obstruction's 7 feet into that area, where do you cut? Do you, stands to reason you would cut some kind of margin below the threshold minimum. Just, otherwise you're going to be back next week, you know what I mean?
Right. The FAA requires airport operators to try to maintain a 10-foot buffer.
Okay, thanks. And the other question I had is, being that this is a one-year deal, and it says, the year starts at when the construction starts, when do you anticipate that this is going to occur? Is it going to be this winter?
We are hopeful to do the trimming this winter. Unfortunately, it's subject to deep approvals. We have to go through a deep permitting process, so they're really going to dictate the timing of the cutting.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just real quickly, I did have our new tree warden go out and take a look at this site for us, and he did make a point of pointing out that he noted several trees over 100 feet tall, and he said that they were cottonwoods, and that it's his recommendation that with cottonwoods you do not want to top them because they will die. That he's suggesting that for cottonwoods we actually do allow them to be taken down at the base. That's something we can coordinate with CAA, but it's something that he feels is it's something we can assist with as well. But he just says that those trees, if you top them, they won't survive. So he's recommending that cottonwoods be removed completely if they're one of the ones, but he doesn't know which ones specifically you want to remove. So something in coordination with you all, if you can mark them, he could go out and then together we could determine if something might need to be taken down to the base, if that's okay with the council.
I don't think that makes sense. Sure. Yeah, I think having a partnership with CAA and our tree warden, it's a great idea. So thank you. Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, Kevin, first of all, thank you for helping us get the temporary easement. I think that's a great solution for the town, good compromise. My question is the time period. So it's a little bit open-ended in terms of when the construction begins. Is there a way to put a date certain, like November 1 of 2022 to November 1 of 2023? And I know perhaps the answer is, I don't want to speak for you, but you may not get to it this year, but is there a way to put a date certain so it's not so open-ended it could take 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, I think if we had to put in a date, we would probably have to span a 2-year period. Okay. What we're anticipating as part of the deep permit is that they will allow us to only do this cutting during the winter months. So as we take machinery onto the property, they want to make sure that the ground isn't soft. So it's either this winter or next winter. Again, because of the safety issues, we're trying to get that across the deep that we'd like to see it this winter. So hopefully, it's put to bed this January, but that remains to be seen. We still have to go through that permitting process.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions before we vote on this? Hearing none, seeing none. Is there a motion before us? Everybody's going to flip to it.
Sure. I'll vote to authorize the mayor to sign the clearance easement with the Connecticut Airport Authority for the Hartford Brainerd Airport obstruction removal project.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you to CAA and your work with not only Fred Presley, Bonnie Therian, and Gary Evans on getting to this point tonight. And thank you to the public for the concerns that we heard loud and clear, that this is something that is sorely necessary for public pilot safety and benefiting the environmental impact that it would have on that area. So a lot of hard work went into this, and I appreciate the hard work of everybody. Thank you. Moving on, now we have, I believe, a couple, no resignations tonight, but we do have the appointments Councilman Forrest had mentioned earlier. Item B1B, a couple appointments to boards and commissions.
May I, Mayor?
You may. Floor is yours.
I move Emily Zambrello, 72 Village Drive, Unit 314, to the Weathersfield Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities for a term 9/6/22 to 6/30/24. Benicia Hertubis, 48 Prospect Street, 9/6/22 to 6/30/25, to the Human Rights and Relations Commission. The Inland Wetlands and Conservation Commission, for a member to fill D. Ambrose. Laura Pickard, 7 Fairmont Street, 9/6/22 to 6/30/24. To the Library Board of Directors, Shannon Roche, 104 Sturdy Drive, for a term 9/6/22 to 6/30/23. To the Weathersfield Heritage Commission, full member Scott Wands, resident of Old Weathersfield Historic District, for a term of 9/6/22 to 6/30/24. And both of the following to move from alternate to full member on the Zoning Board of Appeals: Paul Brady, 16 Church Street, 9/6/22 to 6/30/26, and Matthew Tazinski, 29 Woodland Street, 9/6/22 to 6/30/27.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. And here is the ordinance for the school board referendum on the 4 schools. We did hear the public comments on this, both in the hearing as well as during the public comment portion.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just real quickly on this item, because the ordinance itself is quite lengthy, if the council wishes, someone could make the motion to not actually do the full reading, just to read the actual title, because this has been made available to the full public, if you want to move forward with that. I will also note that in your packet, there are 2 additional versions of this ordinance. The first one is a red line version. It has a minor change on the first page. Under paragraph B, you'll note a cross out in red and a new word in blue. It's just changed the word project to projects. And then there's a clean version of that. That is at the request of bond counsel, who is here tonight as well to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I'll open it, well, I could summarize what we've heard and what folks know, and I think Mr. Emmett has done a good job of presenting this before us in the past. 4 schools, 4 projects, 10 years, $278 million out for bond. Somebody did mention from the public, and I know Deputy Mayor Mazzarella had brought it up in the past, that, dependent on what we get for reimbursements from the state school building construction, we would be on the hook for the full $278 million, but I believe, as with any other school building project, there would be state reimbursement to set amount to be determined, but I think we have a figure in mind. That escapes me right now. 164 million is...
Approximately 168 million.
168 million.
Extra 4 million. Take it.
Any discussion? Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, you got called by the mayor.
I've spoken on this subject at length, and I'll try to keep it shorter tonight. I have a number of significant concerns with the referendum. I know a lot of people put a lot of work and time and effort into this, coming to this conclusion. On everything I've read, I just don't agree with the path we're going down. I think it's kind of easy to say, well, let's just throw it out to the public and let them decide. I'm not comfortable doing that. A couple of the reasons of why this town has a basic problem, and we can call it deferred maintenance, and it applies to ball fields that we talked about. It applies to our school buildings, our roofing equipment. We just don't spend the money to maintain our assets properly. And what I feel is the easiest solution is to replace it. We've heard a couple examples, and I'll just take a brief one. We had portable school buildings at Highcrest and at Charles Wright. Some people will say the life expectancy is 20 years. I disagree with that. It's a wooden structure. It's just like most of the houses that are built in town. Same construction. They're on concrete piers. They get the nomenclature of portable classrooms because they're brought in on a trailer and set in place. They were badly deteriorated. We went out to bid to replace them. For the 2 units at Highcrest, the bids came in at $200 and something thousand. We decided to wait. We waited another year. They came in at $525,000 to replace the 2 units. We came up with a different concept of rebuilding those units. I was told it couldn't be done. I personally pushed the issue as hard as I could, and lo and behold, the town, with its own resources, rebuilt those units. We put a new roof on, we put siding on, we replaced the walls, insulation. There was rot in the structure we replaced. Under $100,000. We saved $435,000 by taking that approach. I don't see any reason why we can't do the similar type work with our schools. I realize it doesn't solve all the problems, but it sure solves a heck of a lot of them. We had a lengthy discussion, or I had a lengthy discussion with our roofing contractor at the last meeting. He basically told us that we have lost the ability to maintain the roofs in our buildings in town because of deferred maintenance. It's so bad that the only recourse now is to replace those. Well, where are we going to get the money for that? You have to bond it. And I don't see why we can't bond some reasonable figure to start doing that kind of work to our school system. Right up here is the Cove Warehouse building. Since at least 2020, the roof has been on the list as requires immediate replacement. Now, granted, there's nobody living in there, and so what? But we're going to let that pride of Weathersfield deteriorate because no one wants to spend money fixing the roof? To me, it's incomprehensible. Getting more into the reality of the situation. I have a problem with the plan itself. There is no plan for the buildings. It's a conceptual plan. Superintendent Emmett spoke at the Planning and Zoning 824 review of this project, and he admitted that when we did the high school, we gave the public information as to what the drawings would look like, artist conceptual drawings, plan layouts. We listed all the good bells and whistles that were going to be put into that project, and the voters, based on that information and explanatory text, voted to proceed. Then we found out the costs were getting out of control, and what did we do? We cut back, we cut back, we cut back. There is no geothermal heating system that was proposed. There's no photovoltaic solar system in that building because we couldn't afford it, because we already had spent the money on other unanticipated costs like increases in what, can you imagine what the cost is going to be in these buildings for 10, 12 years out? It's, yeah, they factored money in, but if things go south, what's going to happen is we're going to get 1 or 2 buildings built and find out, hey, we're running out of money fast, and we're going to have to cut the project short. And what are we going to end up with? 2 high-crest schools on one property and a New Hamner, maybe. And people aren't going to get what they thought they were going to get. Some people will say I'm trying to instill fear in everybody. That's not the case. I'm trying to be realistic about what the public is going to be told. We're not allowed to say bad things about the project or advocate for it. It has to be content neutral, and it's hard to educate the public on. Am I off base?
Nope.
No.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you. You were, sorry.
Well, to summarize, I'm going to vote no. I don't want to spend all night talking about it. I know I'm probably the only one up here that feels this way, but I'm trying to look out for all the voters in town. And it's not an old person thing versus young families. My kids, I grew up in the school system. I went to some of the schools that Mr. Kelly was talking about, Lancaster, a four-room school. That building still exists. It's still being used for the housing authority. So to say that you can't renovate schools or refurbish these buildings, there's a lot of things that were on that Collier's report that can be addressed. We talked about safety issues, direct line of sights into a school building. Well, you can redesign the entranceway, and you could do that work over a summer. It's not like you have to shut the school down to do that. You could replace windows. You can do a lot of things to improve the quality of the school system without tearing it down. I have a habit of talking too much, so I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks, Mayor. I admittedly have a slightly different perspective, and I think that there can always be things that go wrong, and there can always be things that don't go to plan. In fact, we expect that. But if you have the mentality that it will always be wrong, or maybe, or I'll say a slightly pessimistic mentality, then that will not allow us as a community to do great things, because there will always be the possibility that it won't work. It will fail. We'll run out of money. That certainly can happen. It probably will happen in some respect. In every large project that was ever conceived by man from the Roman times, I'm sure that they cut a corner here or didn't get all they wanted, or the emperor didn't get a gold statue on the top at the end of the day. And there may be aspects of this plan where a floor has changed, a classroom may not be the same size as we initially thought. But I'm not afraid to allow our citizens in respect our leadership to be able to say, we think that our town and our education system is worth it. We think that this is going to be a great step for our future, and that when we come to town, this school system is something that we're proud of. We could redo the portables, have them last another 10 years. But then the question that I wrote down here, and I was talking to Ken about it, this is private, is do I want to be this town that relies on portable school classrooms? Is that what we want? I think that Weathersfield should be in its future. Oh yeah, Weathersfield, yeah, sure, like 4 of their schools have portable classrooms they've had for 25 years, 35 years, 45 years, whatever it is. I don't think that's who we want to be. I think we can be better than that. I think we talked about nice sports fields today too, because we can be better than the sports fields that we have. We know that we don't get things for free. We know that sometimes we have to spend a decent amount of money, a lot of money even, in order to have nice things, to have the community that we think that we want, we think we deserve to improve our quality of life. At the end of the day, there's a check on what we do here. It's the voters. Appropriate check, it's in our charter, and that's the contract that our government has with its people. And they'll ultimately decide. But can we put that before them to say, do you want to be a great community? Do you want to have a community with great-looking schools? Do you want to have a community that attracts other families because of not just the education that happens within the school, but also the pride of the place that you have it? I hope that the answer is yes to a majority of the people. I do hope that. I will be voting yes for this, not just to say, oh, well, let's let the voters decide, but also to say, I think our community can be awesome. I believe in ourselves. I believe that for whatever the mill rate increase might be over time, we could talk about that in a second, or the couple $100s a year increase in the average person that it is, I think it's worth it. I think that my kids are never going to see the benefit of this. This will be built before my kids will be through. But that for Weathersfield, for whatever the next generation is, for next set of kids coming through, for the grandparents that maybe we have, for just the pride of place that I love this town. I think we all do respect that we can do this. This is something that we can do. A couple of thoughts as we sort of move through, and some of the comments that we have heard today is if the referendum gets passed in November and the majority do vote for it, it's not like $178 million gets spent the following day and all of a sudden, we're on the hook for all this. As we talked about before as a council, we go to the state, that gets approved, and the approval of the reimbursement percentage, amount, process happens before we then bond out. And then the $278 million, even during the bonding over a 10-year period, is only then used at the time that you receive the services. So it's going to be at least, I'm going to guess, about 6 to 8 at least bonding periods of multiple millions of dollars. So it's not like the 278 comes in at once in one budget year, and it comes only after the approval of the state and the reimbursement happens. If the state all of a sudden, and it was intimated here, or even said that, all of a sudden, the state's going to say, oh, well, we're not going to give it to you, and then we'll be stuck for $200 and whatever $million. Well, that's not the case. There's going to be a contract between us and the state. There's going to be an agreement between us and the state before we ever spend that particular money. And then also something else to consider as we have different set of bonding on our scale of the amount of debt service that we have. While this ramps up, of course, and we do sell those bonds, there will be other bonds that come off. So in fairness, to understand what our debt service is as we move forward, let's realize also that it's not completely topped on into eternity and you never release all the other bond service. Bond service will be coming off for the percentage mill rate, right, as the high school bonds come off and other various bonds that we have start to roll off as well. And there will be a natural flow to things as there always has been. My understanding from the bonding rate agencies that we've looked at, as far as the amount of debt service that we have as it's compared to our particular budget, we're actually relatively low. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong when talking over the years that we've been doing this, is we're actually very conservative. Not even like sort of conservative, we have very low debt service compared. So when we're talking about, certainly compared to all the rest of the towns, but even what they're looking at, like we have a great bond rating because we actually are very fiscally conservative in this town for a good and positive concept as we move forward. So when we talk about the 278 million, which is really offset by the 168 million, well, I won't say only, but it's not. It's really $100 and something million of bonding in a debt service where we're already in very good shape financially. So I see this as a thoughtful effort, been presented for a decade now, moving forward. And we are giving our town the ability to have a phenomenal school system with reconfigured structure, which, by the way, and this is one of the things that I'm always looking for, and it's one of the committee that we're going to talk about a little moving forward. When it comes to efficiency in delivering education, when you reduce a school, you reduce overhead too. You reduce that principal's salary. You reduce having to have two front-end individuals. So I believe that we are going to be able to see some reduction in overhead. I don't think that we're going to have a principal and a vice principal at a particular elementary school. Now, there may be some people that say that they're anticipating that, but that's not. I think that there can be some efficiencies realized by reducing the number of complete total schools. In addition to that, having served on the Board of Education and seen all the numbers come in, having neighborhood schools is actually it's nice, but can be a fairly expensive way to educate. And the reason is that because you can have such a small school, you have much variability in the number of students in a particular class. So you could have a fourth grade class with 16 students and a fifth grade class with 24 students. But when you have larger numbers, you're able to level and smooth out that a little bit more. And you don't have that kind of diversity in class size necessarily. You're able to lower the diversity in class size, which leads to a more balanced education. And you don't have to necessarily bring in that extra teacher and that extra teacher salary in a space where you have two classes at 26 that are in first or second grade, let's say, and you had to get that third teacher. Now you have more teachers to spread around more students, so it allows for some economies of scale moving forward into the future, into the long-range future. So I think there's a lot of benefits to this particular plan, and I'm excited, and I hope that it does pass.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
A little bit of a rebuttal here. I specifically asked Mr. Emmett if there would be any savings in salaries, and I believe the answer was no. He could correct me if I'm wrong. The current people that are employed at Charles Wright would move to the other schools. There would be no savings in.
I would challenge that assumption.
I asked, what about the custodian? What about the school nurse? What about the principal? I believe the answer was no. There would be no savings. We also haven't discussed about the cost of operating the swing school. The Highcrest School is going to be in play for another 10 to 12 years. The report that we're talking about is already 4 years old. If you look at those schools, take out the two replacement schools out of the equation, it was $31 million to maintain the schools that we have now. If you take out the two schools that are being replaced, you still have $17 million worth of maintenance, deferred maintenance, that we are going to have to do to finish this project. You saw it with the boilers at Hamner. Okay, we spent $250,000 or $280,000. We're going to throw those away. We've done roofing at Highcrest. There's more roofing on the plans for Highcrest. You have to do it. That school's going to be in play for another 10 or 12 years. The operating costs of having an extra school, that hasn't been figured into the equation. There's so many things that have not been addressed. You know the budget, Matt. We spend roughly $1 million a year on capital items. We have $17 million right now that we're talking about. 31 million if you talked about the whole thing. Where are you going to get that money? Well, we're going to have another referendum and we're going to bond it. And so when you talk about the debt service declining, it's not apt to decline because we're going to keep purchasing things as we go along. That's the way things evolve in a town. So the people have to understand that the impact on them peaks at 6 mils. That's what's projected. You can say the debt service is going to decline. If we didn't incur more debt service, people's taxes would go down. Maybe. We had maybe $1 million reduction in debt services this year. We're trying to work on our budget. I don't even know where it went. It evaporated like water. It was like throwing a gallon of water on the floor. Everything goes up, right? As soon as we save some money, we had to pay it out for something else. So I think there's a lot of negatives here. One of the things that we didn't even bring up is, what about the families that go to Charles Wright? They just get uprooted. Oh, they can go someplace else. Whatever happened to the concept of being able to have a neighborhood, walking to school? I mean, I realize a lot of kids don't walk to school nowadays, but, the concept of being bused to the other side of town, I think it's a disservice to that part of the town. And I got to say, the Charles Wright District, they're not as well organized as the High Crest District. They're, they don't have their act together as far as community outreach and things like that. And I think I would be surprised if any of them want to do that. But they're not organized enough that I see to have a voice.
Speak up for my Charles Wright District. I think we're very organized. You're going to be very surprised.
Are you ready to close the school?
I'm ready to fight for what the residents that I represent are fighting for.
Okay.
And I was going to speak to that, but you have all of the information, so I'm letting you go.
I'll take that as a cue to put a sock in it. Thank you.
Councilman Biggs, who walks his kids to school every day.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to speak up on behalf of the residents that I have spoken to. I have provided information, which I think the 9 of us, that's what we're supposed to do. I don't think that the 9 of us are built to make that decision for everyone. I haven't said whether I'm for or against it since we've been up here. I said I'm for providing this to the residents, and then the residents, the 27,000 that we represent, go out, vote on this. But in the meantime, provide the necessary information, because I think one of the biggest things we said was transparency was not there. So what is our job? Be transparent with it. And I know you said Charles Wright isn't organized, but I promise you there's a lot of parents that I've spoken to, whether it be at the park, whether it be at Charles Wright, they know what's going on. You'll be very surprised. And those that are concerned about our property values going down because there's not a neighborhood school going to be there anymore. Most of us, our kids will be out. My boy is 6 and 3. They're going to be out of Charles Wright. But at the same time, there's a whole different neighborhood. So it's not about me. It's about the 27,000 residents. So I do hear your sentiments. I do agree with a lot of what you're saying and a lot of what everyone else is saying, but it's not my job to speak up on the behalf of 27,000. I think we have to let the residents make this decision. That's all I have. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Pentelow.
Yeah, I think Ryan just hit it perfectly, what I wanted to say, and I do have concerns about this, even though I'm inclined to agree with them. I think that when you're talking about this amount of money in tax dollars, I think it's only fair for the 27,000 people who live here to have the opportunity to vote to see what they want to do with it. With that, though, I would have liked to, and again, I know this is how our town government is set up, but in my opinion, this is the definition of moral hazard. We're asked as a council to essentially allocate or send a referendum a sum of $278 million, and we had not one input of how the plan was to be in place. It was totally out of our control. And with that being said, we maintain the buildings. Anytime a boiler goes down, we foot the bill to fix it. So it's, if we're maintaining these buildings, and I think it's only fair that we should have been part of that planning process. And that's where but unfortunately, it's like we're here now. And I think when you're talking about this amount of money, you got to let the voters decide. But moving forward, I think that's one thing that needs to change, that if the town is going to maintain the schools, we should have more say when it comes to the renovations of them.
Councilman O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would kind of echo a lot of the comments that were here. I feel, to me, I'm torn because I can't argue with anything Tom said. And I would. I think he knows that too. But I can't, because it is well thought out, it's thorough, and it's true. But I also listened to Councilor Biggs, and I absolutely agree with him as well. You know, that I kind of feel like this is the largest referendum, I think, possibly in the history of Wethersfield. And I kind of feel like this is beyond my pay grade. That this is something that, whether you agree with it or not, give the public the opportunity with the information that the deputy mayor has shared and let them make the informed decision. You know, we're elected by them, so yes, technically we could say, well, no, we're not even going forward with this because you elected us and we're making that decision. And in most things, I would say I agree. But in something of this magnitude, I feel that it's, you know, our obligation to the community is to say, give them the final say on, is this, because at the end of the day, it's, you know, you using Councilor Forrest's comments, what kind of Wethersfield do we want to be? This changes Wethersfield. This absolutely changes Wethersfield. And now whether Wethersfield wants to pay for that and know their taxes are going to go up as a result of that, well, then that's their choice. And if that is the case, then we as a council have to do it in the most fiscally responsible way we can do it and make sure it's done right. But I just feel wrong in saying I'm not going to give them the opportunity to have that opportunity to actually weigh in on it. And so I support moving this forward and letting the residents speak, but I do think we have to provide them everything. And I would literally take the comments that the deputy mayor said and make sure they're all reading that. Because I will tell you, I was on the council when they tried to do the K to 4, the 5 to 6, and the 7 to 8. And they went out to referendum. Matt, you may remember that as well.
For sure.
And it failed. So then they came back with a much better solution. And honestly, part of me thinks that could very well happen here. But it was kind of like, let's get this ball rolling. We've addressed the fact that there are issues, but we know we could probably do it for a lot less. Or maybe we can do it differently. And I think the public will probably come back and do the same thing, because history does repeat itself. And to me, it feels very familiar to what happened 20 years ago with the K4, 5, 6, and 7, 8 configurations. So.
Can I make one more
Sure.
comment? I want to be proud of Wethersfield's education. I want the students to come out with an excellent education. That's something to be proud of. I don't really care what the building looks like. I really don't. If it's safe, okay. It's clean, it's safe. Collier's told us that. It may be not the 21st century education, you know, that enables the school system to take advantage of some modern building enhancements. I don't know how to phrase it. Amenities. I remember the resident, I think it was Mr. Hall, that got up, that graduated from Yale. You know, he said he got an excellent education. There isn't a new building to be found on the Yale campus. You know, that really rang home with me, that, you know, I want to have the best education possible for the students. I want to make sure that we're spending $60 million a year on education the right way and getting the best out of that. And I don't think you need to have a new building to do that. You need a safe place to teach. And again, that's all I have to say.
Positive. Anybody else? Well, let me just say a couple things. And I too, I'm sitting here literally in the middle of this, and I am torn as well. As Councilman O'Connor had mentioned, it's a difficult decision. This is something that, the voters have put on our plates because we are up here tonight. But they've also entrusted us with fiscal responsibility and fiscal stewardship of this town. And everybody up here, we've sat through God knows how many budget deliberations over the years with all of you guys, some of them, less time than others. But we are all, fiscal stewards. We do look at the budget, and, it's no secret. First thing we look at is, what can we cut? What can we look to trim? There's a more conservative side than a, less conservative side. But, we are the fiscal stewards of this town. $278 million, just by far the largest. I think Dan is right. It's the largest this town has ever seen. I asked council last night, and he said he's seen some others in the state, and maybe our bond council can concur that there are some that have been higher than $278 million, but it is pretty large, and it's more than double our town budget. And we grapple over that town budget for like a month before we vote on it. It's bigger than us, I guess is the best terminology to use. And I don't want to, keep repeating the same phrase. It's up to the voters. It's up to the voters, But unfortunately, something of this magnitude, it's beyond our control. The Board of Ed has worked tirelessly on this. I think there was some discussion and some back and forth on whether or not the scope should be 4 schools, 2 schools, one at a time over 4 years. However, they came up with the decision to come to this where we are today with 4 schools, rip it off like a Band-Aid, get it all done. That's what they came up with, and that's what has been placed on our lap. It's not our job, and I think it would be illegal if it was our job to educate voters proactively with leaflets and pamphlets and literature on how to vote in favor or against this referendum question. But again, you leave that up to the public to decide. Do they want to form a committee to support this referendum? Do they want to form a committee to oppose it? Again, it's up to the residents of this town to be either proactive or reactive on this. And just like everybody else has said, this really should be in their hands. It's a greater magnitude than any of us should be, can be capable of voting on. Because, listen, when it comes down to the budget, we all have our different opinions, and we all grapple on, low-hanging fruit here and there. But this really, as a project, should be in the hands of a, contracted vendor or a contracted overseer of this project. And I think the Board of Ed has done a good job in who they've recommended to work with. And, if it does pass, I believe they will work with us, and then we will work with the Board of Ed in a building committee at some point, if it does pass, to ensure that, what we did see at the high school, doesn't repeat itself, that, maybe we catch everything that we can at first, and, we don't sit there and either cut things out or look at, 10% increases at the end. That's where the fiscal stewardship of not only this council, but future councils in the next 10 years come into play, where they're going to have to look at those. And I'm looking at, maybe, Matt, you were on the council, or on the Board of Ed at the time. All those revisions came to us. I see Diane Fitzpatrick in the back of the room. She was on the high school building committee, and I remember those coming from her committee to us. We had to vote on those, and it doesn't leave our laps when it goes out to the voters and if they vote for it. Council still has a say in what can and cannot be done in that project. So, not seeing any other comments, concerns?
I'll make a small one.
Sure.
Thank you. Everyone on this board is so eloquent and speaks so well, and I understand and get everything everyone's saying, and it's really difficult. It's a very difficult place I feel like we find all ourselves. When I came here this morning, because I came up to Weathersfield this morning, I was actually planning on voting no for this. And it's not because we don't need new schools, and it's not because we don't need renovations, because we do. I just think this is a very, very, very big pill to swallow for the town. And you're talking about fundamentally changing the town, and I think actually that's kind of my fear. I'm slightly afraid that you're going to be running out a certain demographic to replace it with another. Yeah, schools are a great attraction, and we do need them, and I'm all about the education. And to Tom's point, I think I want excellent educations for our children. That's, I think, all of us as parents want here. But again, do we need new schools? Yes. I just wish this was packaged, and I had mentioned this before, in a very different manner. Having said all of this, I think, Councilor Forrest, I think you made an excellent point, and I just want to go back to that because I think you continue to go, and I wanted to make sure everybody understood that, because what is fundamentally, changing my thought is that there is recourse if it does pass, if it goes to the people. Again, encouraging people to get information and to actually come out and vote for what you want as your community. I think as council members, that is important to listen to what our residents want. But there is a little bit of recourse, which makes me feel much better knowing that there are checks and balances even once it gets passed. So that's really all I had to say, but it was really interesting to hear everyone speak today, and I think we really are all kind of on the same page. It's just hoping it all goes well.
Final? You're good? No.
Is it just the motion?
There are three.
Yeah, do we have to do the three separate motions?
There are a total of three separate motions, and they've been provided to you as such. So the first one, again, that's a very long ordinance, so the first motion might be that the council wishes to waive the full reading of that ordinance in exchange for just reading the title, because everyone's had an opportunity to, this has been out before everyone for a long time, and I would just note with the change that has been noted with the one-word projects in paragraph B. But you can read the whole ordinance, or you can just vote to waive that. And then the other two, the second motion would be to submit to the voters the referendum for the school bond, and that one I think should be read because it includes all the language that will be before the voters. And then the final one is just a motion for the town council to authorize the preparation and the printing and the dissemination of the explanatory text. And there is an example that we used for the high school most recently for you to see, and that is just an example. The plan would be, it's also another item on the agenda if it needs to be discussed in any more detail, but the plan would be that we would come back to you all at the next meeting with an actual draft for this project, and you can provide any further comments or additions, deletions. Our goal would be to get that out to the voters sometime in early to mid-October. You don't want to send it out too soon because people have a habit of, if they receive something, of filing it in the recycle bin, and we want them to have it fresh in their minds when the vote comes. But that would be the plan right now. So those are the three motions. Yes? Oops.
Point of process. Do you need, in that motion, the council to officially vote on the waiving of the full reading?
If that's the choice of the council, yes. That's my recommendation, is that you waive the full reading for the first motion.
Then you would vote on the motion.
Then you would vote on the motion after that.
And it should be in two separate motions
Yes.
then?
Yes.
The first motion is
Just to waive the reading.
the reading of the entire
I'll look to the middle of
I'll make a motion, we waive
it. I'll second that.
the reading of the entire ordinance.
It's like three different.
Motion's been made and seconded. Sue, did you get that? O'Connor? Yep. Forrest? Okay. To waive, yep.
That's just like the titles.
We see this at the Capitol all the time. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
One comment, if I can, before we do the actual motions. Mr. Town Manager, could you explain a little bit the process of developing the explanatory text? And that the motion is only to do the actual preparation of it, but that the council will be involved with the wording of the explanatory text, if I understood you correctly?
Yes, the motion provides the authorization for us to move forward with creating that explanatory text. That will be done in conjunction with Mr. Emmett and his team and the schools, and as well as Mike O'Neill will be drafting all the impact of the debt service. That will be part of that, as you see in the high school example. We'll be providing a draft to you all at the next meeting, and we'll be looking for you to provide any guidance or input at that point before we move forward with any finalization of that document.
So we won't be voting on it at the next meeting?
You may, if you're happy with it, you may say go, or we can come back to you October 1st. But we need to get that, the first meeting in October, but we would need it approved quickly after that because we do have to still get it printed and mailed out.
Is there any way we can speed up the transfer of information from the board's draft to council members?
We can
for
provide
the actual meeting?
Yes, we
or-
can provide drafts over the next week or so. I mean, it's going to be it's a tight schedule because we're out of the land of one meeting a month. So our meeting schedule is pretty tight now. But we can.
I just want to make sure that we're not boxed in and it's like, we have to vote on this wording because otherwise we're going to miss our time.
And again, it's going to be very neutral in nature. It has to be. And so it's not going to be for one side or the other. It's going to be factual, and it's just going to be providing the information that we have currently based upon what's available. Again, as you stated before, Deputy Mayor, we do not have the level of detail we had for the high school because the projects have not been designed to that level yet. But we will provide as much detail as possible. Of course, there's more schools involved, so there's plenty to fill in the text, but.
Is the public going to be told that we don't have those details?
I think
Or is
that's-
that being, is that straying from the neutral statement?
I don't think stating that we don't have that level of detail is straying from any. I think that's neutral. That's a fact.
Neutral.
Yeah, that's neutral.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded and approved to waive the reading of the text of the motion. So we have the amended version in front of us. This is the red line project to projects. And what would be the motion would be to approve?
I think
Oh, you guys.
Council Forrest has it if you want to get the motion on the table,
Okay,
and then we can discuss it if people want.
sure.
Is the mayor?
Yep.
You have it?
Okay. Council, I move to adopt the school bond ordinance authorizing an appropriation of $278,366,545 for various school projects and the financing of said appropriation by the issuance of bonds and notes in an amount not to exceed $278,366,545, or so much as may be necessary after deducting grants therefore.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions? Ayes have it, motion carries. And then,
Do you have it, Matt? Here.
The other one's on the flip side. That's the
There's
whole
one,
thing.
two.
Yeah.
There's two more.
Yep. One on each side.
It's right here. Do you want me to read the next motion?
It's on page 31.
yes, please.
I move the town council submit to the voters a referendum for school bond on November 8th, 2022.
A second, I think. Is that, you made a
To
motion?
read the whole thing. Do we need,
Are you going to read the entire? Yeah, I think on this one.
Isn't this just motion to submit?
For this one, you have to read the whole thing,
Voters
yeah.
and referendum?
So I, Matthew Forrest, move that the bond ordinance approved at this meeting is hereby submitted to the voters at referendum pursuant to section 311 of the town charter on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. for a yes or no vote in the designated voting locations in the manner provided by said charter in the Connecticut General Statutes, revision of 1958, as amended, and that the town clerk is directed to make absentee ballots available and to publish notice of passage and notice of such referendum in accordance with the provisions of said charter and the Connecticut General Statutes, which notice shall state the question to be voted on as follows. Shall the ordinance entitled, Ordinance Authorizing an Appropriation of $278,366,545 for various school projects and the financing of said appropriation by the issuance of bonds and notes in an amount not to exceed $278,366,545 or so much as may be necessary after deducting grants therefore, be approved. Yes, no. The ballot labels for said question shall read as follows. Shall the town of Weathersfield appropriate $278,366,545 for various school improvements and authorize the issuance of bonds and notes in the same amount to finance said appropriation? Yes, no.
Second.
Why don't you read it right from there, buddy?
Motion has,
The motion was seconded by Ken Lesser and was approved by the full.
nope.
I'm not supposed to.
Hang on, we seconded it, now we have to do a roll call.
All right, well, this
Motion has,
Second, I can second the main motion.
yep, the motion was seconded by Councilman Lesser. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
I move for a roll call vote because it says so,
Council members in favor. Well,
and not because it's not like mine. It says so. So I didn't want to screw it up.
Counselor Biggs?
Yay.
Counselor Carbone?
Aye.
Counselor Forrest?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
Counselor Lesser?
Yes.
Counselor O'Connor?
yes.
Counselor Pentelo?
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
No.
Mayor Rell?
Aye.
Turn the back of the same one.
Same one.
This one.
You ready, Mayor? Mm-hmm. Motion of the town council to authorize the preparation, printing, and dissemination of explanatory text by the town clerk. I, Matthew Forrest, move that the preparation, printing, and dissemination of explanatory text and other materials by the town clerk is hereby authorized in accordance with section 9-369B of the Connecticut General Statutes for the question to be voted upon on November 8th, 2022, approved above.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilman Forrest and seconded by Councilman Lesser.
Do we have to do a roll call on this one, too?
Yep. And I ask the town clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Biggs?
Yes.
Counselor Carbone?
Aye.
Counselor Forrest?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
Counselor Lesser?
Yes.
Counselor O'Connor?
Yes.
Counselor Pentelo?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
No.
Mayor Rell?
Aye.
Thank you.
Now we have 3A, unfinished business, discussion of explanatory text for bond referendum. I don't believe we need to
I don't think we need to go into further detail on that.
discuss any further. We did talk about the CAA clearance. This is something that came to our attention. Item 4A, these are the Ford Mach-E electric vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Town Manager, if you could, do us the indulgence of explaining these.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Essentially, there are two Ford Mach-E vehicles that are being proposed to be purchased with asset forfeiture funds. Purpose of this is to test the effectiveness of the electric vehicles for police operations. One of those vehicles will be a patrol vehicle, and the other one will be fitted out as an administrative vehicle. This also includes the installation of charging stations for these two vehicles that will be located at the police department. Again, this is asset forfeiture money that will be utilized for this purchase, and it falls in line, I think, with our approach to try to gradually move towards the electrification of our fleet, which I think everybody's going to have to eventually, and this gives an opportunity to test these out for probably our most intensive use for vehicles at this point. Happy to answer any questions.
Can I ask a quick question before Matt just jumps all over this? As far as the maintenance on these, I know this is a test and experiment kind of thing that they're doing. Do they have, I mean, is our maintenance team who usually works on our vehicles, are they equipped to handle the maintenance on some of these electric vehicles?
They are not, and for these test vehicles, we will be getting them serviced at the dealership initially, but we are moving to begin sending our mechanics to get trained in the maintenance of electric vehicles, but is
that going to present any union grievances that they're?
It's something we've already discussed with the union, so part of the agreement is that we will begin sending them, so we're going to send, I forget exactly the number of individuals we're going to be sending, but it's part of the contract negotiations we're currently doing right now, and it includes training for our mechanics.
Okay.
I have a couple, I guess unfortunately, there's no one from the police department here tonight, but the question of electric police vehicles came up during our budget negotiations, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we heard a whole litany of reasons of why they weren't feasible, and I'm curious as to what changed in the several months.
I can't speak for the police department. I will say that I know that since then, they've been doing a lot more research into it and looking at what other localities have done, and particularly with the Ford Mach-E's, because all of our vehicles are Fords now, and talking with the dealers, they I guess developed a higher level of confidence that they're going to work out. But again, it's two vehicles. It's not more than that. So I think they're willing to try it.
The other couple other questions. The use of forfeiture money for purchase of vehicles came up with the police department several years ago. And I believe at that time we were told, or the council was told, that asset forfeiture money had to be used in the manner that it was acquired. So if it was a drug-related forfeiture, if you will, that the money could only be used to purchase in this instance, it was a detective undercover vehicle, because it would be used in a drug enforcement type situation, and that it couldn't be used for a regular patrol vehicle. So I don't know if we got the story wrong or
again, I can't speak to what was stated before, but I know that the chief did reach out and ask permission whether or not this was a viable use of the funds and this was eligible, and he was told that it was. So
who controls that? Is that Mike O'Neill?
No. He actually has to go. It's federal money essentially that you're getting. Anytime it sees money, it's federal money. So I can find out for you exactly who that source is.
No. It's obvious you would have had to have checked first.
Yeah.
And then the last question I had was, they initially requested 4 vehicles for this year's budget, and we pared it down to 2 vehicles. Does that mean we're good with 2 vehicles that he's getting through asset forfeiture? Council doesn't have to approve 2 more vehicles?
Again, I would leave that to the chief to call that one out, but I don't think they're completely confident in what they're going to be able to do with these and how it's going to work with the general cycle. So my guess is that they would still ask for additional vehicles or a vehicle, but that's a question we can bring to the chief at the ARPA work session that we do before the next meeting.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank the chief and the town manager. I'm really happy with this approach for a couple vehicles to test out. I think long-term, the next 10 to 15 years, we'll all be driving electrical vehicles, quite likely, and our whole fleets will be that, and it's a nice incremental approach to trying it and testing it. Many communities are ahead of us in Connecticut, have already done this, and across the country. And I think doing two and testing it. So I know the chief and the town manager are doing a lot of work to get us to this point, and I think it's a good move by the town and an incremental approach to going to e-cars. We're trying out a couple, so I think it's good, and I commend you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Let's not forget, we're in the second highest utility cost for electricity in the nation, in Connecticut. So we may be switching to a more, some people will say a more green approach, but there's cost associated with that. So just hope everybody is mindful of that going forward.
I think that'll be a part of the test and experiment, is kind of analyzing the
Fair
cost
point.
differential between
Yeah.
gas cars and e-cars.
Fair point, and I agree with Councilor Penwell.
But you don't agree with me?
No, I said it was a fair point. I do. I'm looking for ways to agree with you, Tom. I'm trying to find those. I agree.
I had questions on the charging stations. I think we are looking at a possible, actually a couple of locations for charging stations currently. Town Hall, maybe one in Old Weathersfield, and remind me of the third place, if we have a third place, but there's a couple.
Yeah, some of the parks,
Yeah.
in the woods or something like that would make sense too.
This one would be accessed by the police department behind and only for
Yes.
these vehicles?
Correct.
How many charging stations would there be?
I believe it's a single unit, but it has two chargers off of the single unit, one for each car.
Okay, so it would just be one charging unit or two charging units?
My understanding, it's one with two receptacles on it. It's two?
So I think there's 4 charging stations.
Okay, then I stand corrected.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could,
They had to
do we
buy-
pay for the charging stations? I've heard where Eversource is giving rebates and paying for them, obviously.
They give rebates and then they charge the ratepayers for
Right.
that, so more to our bills.
Yeah, I don't believe they're charging us for the charging stations. The price we're asking for is just for the two vehicles.
Okay. Again, I talk about price tags, it's, pretty pricey for, let's, no pun intended, kick the tires, see if it works, doesn't work. What is the recourse if they do not perform up to standard for the police department? Do we give them back to the dealership? Do we look to sell them as surplus?
Well, I think based upon the demand for these vehicles, we could easily sell them back to the dealer if that's what we wanted to do, or we could find another use for them within the town.
Okay.
Similar to what we do with other vehicles.
Council member staff cars.
I'll take some
Council
relief.
member staff cars? Get us the staff for the council members first before we provide cars for them.
Do you think this could have been
Mayor.
an error? Because at the end of this, it just says the total cost would be approximately $123,405, but on the,
That's with the added, so
Right.
it's the vehicles, and then
Plus
there's
the
another
stations, correct.
addition
No,
added onto
It's
it.
plus the
But-
upfitting, because there's a lot of work that needs to be
no,
done to
I
each
agree with
vehicle.
that, but it
Yeah.
even says that here it's for the vehicles and the charging stations, so is that a mistake?
So I think the outfitting is including those charging
I think it's the
stations.
outfitting,
I
yeah.
don't, it doesn't say it on the back.
It actually says on the memo that was written, it says total cost would be approximately $123,405.54. So I think that we're voting on purchasing the vehicles, and then there's an additional $13,000 in upfitting costs.
Correct.
Right.
6737 each.
But on the agenda item, it says, and charging stations. Oh, it's coming from the,
Mayor, I just have a quick question about capacity. This is a discussion in my household right now, and as much as everybody's ready to cross over, I'm not, because I don't think we have a sustainability for it yet. With the police department and how we've been going through already, AC unit, it's too much electricity going on. We need to fix the AC unit. Oh, our generator, we can't find the right parts for our generator. Do we really, I asked about this. Me and Tom we were right there. We're asking about this, and we were shot down and said, yeah, that's not something we're looking at yet. And now we see this, and I'm like, oh, thank you. But what's the feasibility of this being, with the department things that we're already dealing with at the station? What's the feasibility of these charging stations? They're going to have to tie into some type of electrical grid, the police department.
Yep.
Has that been, like, I know this is a great idea, like my wife wants a new attic room. That's a great idea, honey, but what's the sustainability of it? Like, we need to look at the base foundation of it. Have we looked at the foundation aspect of doing this to the police department?
Again, with 2 vehicles, I don't think it's a concern
Okay.
right now, but if it were to be the entire fleet of cars, absolutely, it would be a concern. So that would be something as part of this test. They're going to look at what the draw is, what the impact on their electrical system, if any, what that looks like. It's all part of the analysis they're going to be doing. And if we need to move that next step and they say it's viable, then what improvements are we going to need to make for the building, to the generator? Again, right now, it's just 2 vehicles, so I don't think it's going to be that much of a draw. I've got 2 electric cars drawing off my house, and I don't really, it's $50 a month extra or something. It's not that
I
much.
know, but you just didn't pass budget to fix up generator stuff at your house. That's
Well,
what I'm
no,
concerned
you're
about.
right about that.
We just, we're fixing stuff at the police
Yeah.
department, now we're adding on stuff. and
No,
it's like,
I absolutely get the concern.
all right, as long as, I trust, I halfway trust professionals to do their job right. So I'm hoping that the professionals that are involved with this are looking at the full picture of it and not just the candy part of it. Let's
And
look
I-
at the nitty gritty of it as well.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're testing 2 as opposed to jumping headlong into something.
Appreciate it.
I think it's, and testing them in the 2 different modes they use them. The patrol vehicles, obviously much heavier use, a lot more miles, a lot more speed involved versus the more administrative vehicles where they don't have the same capacity. So maybe at the end of it, you say, maybe it's not great for patrol, or maybe it's better for patrol because 0 to 60 goes a lot faster. I don't know. That's why we're doing the test, and I think that's what they're going to be doing the analysis on. And you'll get updates on it because, again, the chief is going to be coming on a regular basis to you all, giving updates on all the activities in the department, and this should just be one of the things that he can be providing updates on. But
And I think to your point, Ryan, I think that if there were to be problems in retrofitting the department with electric chargers, I think we already kind of solved the problem if they're viable or not. And so it's like, it's sort of like, all right, well, if it works, I think it was a good idea. If you are going to do this program, do it out of asset forfeiture, so it's not coming out of the town budget. He has discretion over how he uses the funds. Let's just see if it works. And like, to your point, if all of a sudden the building's not viable to do electric chargers, well, I guess we have our answer.
So we have to get the building
Or we have to get the
rewired
building.
because,
Yeah.
we did some stuff.
But again, that goes into the viability, yeah.
Might I make a recommendation that we work with Titan Energy? Adam Teff over there to look at the charging stations and whether or not there could be a solar option for those, canopy type. Unless the chief already has something in mind with Eversource already, but if Titan can look at what is out there for charging stations, to Tom's point, we have it's pretty costly to, generate electricity in this state. We get it from out of state, we get it from fossil fuels for the most part, still. If we can look to have renewable energy source for these. Any further comments? Councilman Forrest.
I have some concerns, and I'm the one that brought up this idea. I'll be the first one to admit it, and I really want to go to electric vehicles. But when I saw the analysis that the police department did on this, I don't see any comparison with any other electric vehicles here. Not only that, I don't see comparison with the leader of electric vehicles, and the industry indicates that most other companies are probably 5 to 7 years behind, and that's both in drivetrain, motors, charging stations. So I've got a couple of concerns that we might walk down this path, a negative result might happen because we didn't necessarily choose the right product for the right time. My first thought in talking to the chief was, how are you going to run this on a patrol car when you have to charge it in a fast situation, right? And I don't mean like you're running out of electricity. Like, you can run out of gas just like you run out of electricity. It's the same concept. But if you want to bring it back to the station and you want it to go out for the next patrol, you can't necessarily, or I don't think you'd want to wait 8 hours while the thing charges and then you bring it out. Maybe he's got a big plan for that, but it seems like with a Ford Mach-E, and maybe I should just ask you, do you know what the charging rate is for this car? And the battery capacity. Without knowing what the battery capacity is, which is a big driver of the cost of the vehicles, maybe it's in here and I just didn't see the kilowatt hours of the capacity of the battery. That's kind of a big deal, especially versus other types of electric cars. So when I talked to him, and yes, I do drive a Tesla, but I recognize that they're not the only maker out there. But there were a couple like major inconsistencies that led me to believe that there might be a slight bias in the police department as to what particular product is made for this particular use case. One of them was, while they were making a presentation, was, and you know, we want to buy an American car. Right? Not realizing that actually much of the Mach-E is foreign made. The battery is not even made in America, my understanding. But someone like, and it doesn't have to be a Tesla, it could be a Rivian, Lightning, right? It could be anything. But when you compare the two, that they were already off in that particular, like there was this preconceived notion that, oh, well, it's Ford, so it must be American made versus other products that are very American made. But that's not really the use case discussion here. The use case discussion is, you want to use it on patrol, charge it fast. Is there a product out there that has a fast charge, large battery range, similar price? And I haven't seen the comparison for the use case. So if they come back to us and say, you know, it doesn't charge fast enough, it's not working, blah, 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 we can't find the maintenance, the battery life's not big enough, but we know this now. They might be choosing the wrong product, and the fact that I'm not sure there is a big market necessarily for a Mach-E. They can get them right now, but there are other people that you have to sort of wait because they may be considered superior products for a lot of reasons, including charging speeds, battery size, reliability, maintenance, and so on and so forth. So I'm a little bit hesitant, and it's a great concept to move over, but I just want to do it in the right way. And it's not like, didn't see like a comparison. Like, we looked at the Lightning, and we looked at the Model 3 or Model Y, and we looked at the Ford Mach-E, and we looked at the such and such, and here's the pros and cons, and here's why we want to go with this. I'm just relying on the presentation that was made several months ago to us, and then it comes up as a bid spec. And the prices look somewhat similar. There may be a slight difference, but I don't know that the prices aren't dissimilar because the battery size, you know, this one is 63 with the whatever is with the rack, but they might have a small battery on here. Well, and then all of a sudden we're hearing complaints, well, the battery's not big enough, we have to go back and charge blah, blah, but you could have got a bigger battery. So, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that we should get a little bit more information, perhaps from the police department, to see pros and cons of different cars that they sort of looked at in order to come with the use case, and that this product matches the use case. And we have a good scenario here. The concept is great. We just want to deliver on what it is. Moreover, there's a lot of concepts that we've been talking about over the last 6 months. I've been talking to the town manager about, which is regarding the electrification of the town. And we've had sort of some conversations about this. And there is a town's representative that we're talking about in developing a concept about how the best way to do this with someone that is very smart in the electrification field that can advise us on the best way to do this in the products that exist. So, in theory, I'd like to see whether it's you talked about solarization and starting to use create our own energy to actually run these things so it's not even in our budget, which is the concept moving forward, which is what we're going to get to in the next item, creating that committee that looks into that. It should be consistent with those concepts and that sort of general plan. I'm not saying like a year-long plan to make it together, but general understanding of that plan. I feel like we're just 3 months too short here, and there wasn't a comparison done with other cars, and I'm afraid it might fail because we don't necessarily have the right products for the right use case, but there's no one here to really talk about that, and so that's where we are.
If I could, Mayor, really quick. I know Ford, probably one of the reasons why is Ford was the first company to focus on EV police-specific vehicles.
Right.
So that's probably why they chose that. And the other, the retort to that, instead of going out, if this was coming out of our budget, I would say, yeah, let's look at all of them. But he's using his own asset forfeiture money. That's what's being allocated to do this test program in the attempt to move forward. So as it stands, it's like, just give him what he wants. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's like, dude, if we could get Tesla fleets, that would be fantastic. But, right, we got to see if it's feasible first. And this does that. So with Ford being the first police, I think it's called the EV Interceptor or something like that. I mean, let's just see if it's viable. We don't have to overcomplicate this.
I think the Interceptor was the Explorer.
What?
It doesn't matter, because I looked at it. I think the Interceptor was the Explorer version. I don't think this one is the Interceptor.
Mike, that was what they're moving towards, yeah.
Yeah, this was my baby for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Deputy Mayor?
I think what Matt's trying to say is that you use a test case and you pick the wrong vehicle to use the test case, you get a bad taste in your mouth, and that's the end of the program. We don't want to use any electric vehicles because it didn't work out at the police station with such and such a car. It's not going to be, let's try 2 more made by somebody else and see if it's any better than the first. So I agree with Councilor Forrest.
I think we need to end right now.
We're like joined at the hip.
You want anybody?
No, Pat's got a beard down there, too. Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe this is to Councilor Pentelow or to the town manager. Aren't there other towns that have used this vehicle, and this is the first one and the recommended one? Is that correct?
My understanding, yes, there are other localities that are using this vehicle, but I don't have the specifics on it. I actually expected the chief to have somebody here tonight, so, I mean, I'm fine holding off on this and getting more information. I think the points that have been made are valid, and we can certainly come back with more information, and if they've done that comparison, to provide that to you all, so.
Just real quick, it does say on one of them, it's under deposit as of August 22nd. Excuse me. So does that affect this at all? Can we recoup that?
I believe we can, yeah.
Okay. Did you have your hand up?
No, I was just going to make a motion to table.
I'm sorry, just one last question before we do that. So you said that these funds are really designated by like federal entities. Like, so what is our actual say in it? If it's actually the say from if they could use this specific money for that, is it because it's the fleet? Is that why it's up to us to say yay or nay with this one?
Well, because any expenditure, our policies, any expenditure, doesn't matter what the fund is, any expenditure over the $35,000 has to come to you all for approval, so.
Got it, okay.
That's your say in it. What's
So I was just
eligible-
kind of, when the mayor just
Yeah.
referenced that, what says about the deposit already on it, I was like, ooh, so how did the deposit get made if we didn't vote on it yet? But, okay, got it.
Maybe this is minus the deposit.
And I would like to see, a balance of our asset forfeiture account. If, I don't know if Mike O'Neill has that, or if it's the police department that has it. Because, a young,
Closely held secret, isn't it?
young lady talking about Kisha and ARPA funds actually used a pretty good analysis on opportunity cost. So, you know, if there's $400,000 in this asset forfeiture fund and we're spending 123,000 of it, you know, what are we losing? So I think it, correct me if I'm wrong, consensus is we need to get some more answers.
Yep.
And, you know, questions asked of the chief or the police department. So I think you had a motion that you would.
Make a motion to table this item until the next meeting and have
Chief will be here anyway.
some other information made available.
Second.
And this may be a private conversation just to get a comfort level with the use case, just a little bit of lack of information. And and he's gonna yell at me because he's gonna be like, you're the one that came to me with this idea, and it's true. But, just some more conversation, I think would be helpful.
Take them for a spin in your Tesla, show what it's really made of. Okay, motion's been made and seconded to table this item to the next meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Moving on to the next
Mayor.
item.
It's 11, we gotta make a motion to extend.
Oh, okay.
So motion to extend the council meeting.
Wait a second. Discussion.
Yeah, discussion.
I'm
You
gonna
can
vote
shut
against
it
it.
down, I'm just saying, if we want to extend it, it's 11 o'clock.
Okay. Motion has been made to extend this council meeting beyond the 11 o'clock hour. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay.
Abstain.
You can put me down as a nay.
Who seconded it?
Councilman Lesser, or?
Well, I wouldn't have seconded it.
Matt did.
Oh, Matt did.
I wouldn't have.
And I was just joking, we're all in favor.
I abstained. No. Aye.
This next item is the tower. John is here. He could give some explanation. Mr. Town Manager, I think you explained it pretty well earlier on.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. We, on one of our towers, we had Sprint and T-Mobile were both located on it. They combined as a company. They no longer need the two spaces. They removed the Sprint one. That left us with an opening. Staff has been working with City of Hartford because they've expressed an interest in locating on our tower to help with their communications. There's been negotiations that have been ongoing for a while now. Came to an agreement, and that's what's before you here. So it's basically to provide the City of Hartford with that space on our tower. They will be paying us for that space, and the contracts have been reviewed by their attorneys and ours. Their counsel has already approved the contract as it reads. So.
Okay.
And John's here, obviously, to answer the technical questions.
And I'm sorry, Rob Kelleher is here as well. Having sat here for 4 hours, I do have to give proper recognition that Rob is going to be taking over the duties of our radio.
Quite simply, when the town purchased its Harris radio system 8 years ago and installed it, we installed it in what was then an empty and vacated Nextel shelter. So all of our core equipment for the Kelleher site went into that shelter. So the town's original shelter on that site has been empty and vacant for 8 years, not bringing any rent. And Hartford is expanding their system. They're going from an analog system, which requires one tower site, to a digital P25 system similar to ours, which requires additional sites. They did an analysis, found that our Kelleher Tower would serve the south end of Hartford quite capably, and we began negotiating a contract for them to take the empty shelter at our Kelleher site, pay us rent for it. Beyond the revenue, the advantages of co-locating equipment and tying systems together is obvious. it'll help both sides in the long run with interagency communications, police, fire, and any other department that's served by the Hartford radio system as well.
Any questions? Just have one real quick, how did we come up with the 1,100 number? Like, could we have gotten 11,000?
No.
I guess shoot for the stars.
We gave them a pretty good offer because it was, we initially offered them said $1,000 a month because we weren't getting anything. Yes, the market rate for cell providers, commercial companies is higher than that, but we thought it was fair because there's advantages to be gained by both sides as well. We ended up at $1,100 because they balked on some of our contract requirements that said, you maintain the site, you maintain the HVAC systems, you maintain the, well, we were going to have them pay for half the cost of an upgrade to the generator. And they kind of balked at that. So Mike, with Mike's help, we negotiated with their lawyers and said, okay, if the town of Wethersfield will maintain those HVAC units and replace the generator costs, we're going to have to ask you for a little bit more money to put kind of into not really a sinking fund, but to try to develop a bit of a pool to pay for the expenses that will be necessitated by them occupying this space. So that's how we ended up with $1,100 a month. And it's got Mike, is it 3% per year we put in? Yeah, so it's annual 3% escalator every year, which is the standard escalator in all of our contracts that we have with cell providers.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, you mentioned that the site was empty. Do we have to spend a lot of money to get the site to what they need?
No.
Or it's ready to go? We get $1,100 a month?
It's ready to go. I mean, I spent some of my time and effort, and you paid me to clean it out, to get some of the old equipment out, but that was it. No, it's ready to go. We'll turn over the electric meter to them as soon as this is signed, and they can start moving stuff in. I understand, I haven't had it confirmed, that they've been through about a 1.5-year bid process, and I think within the last week or 10 days, they finalized their bid process, and they will be awarding a contract to L3 Harris, the same company the town uses for their P25 system. So it'll be a system that is compatible with the town's, which will make it a lot easier, again, for us to link the two together.
Any other comments before we make any motions? I might recommend that we put this before P&Z for an 824, just in case it has to get any kind of approval by P&Z.
They'll have to file for permits, for building permits, and that stuff will go, that's the normal process. Any vendor that comes, whether it's a cellular provider or another municipality, they'll have to file for the permits for going through the state siting council and our own building department.
Okay. Yeah, make a note that vet it through the proper channels, and 824 for P&Z, which is outside of the building department but falls under their purview.
2%. This says 2% annual
It says 2%?
Yeah.
I'm mistaken then. I thought it was 3. I knew there was a percentage increase.
It's supposed to be 2? Is that what you're saying?
Whatever's in there. I couldn't remember the exact amount of the escalator.
That's what this is.
Maybe that's one of the return.
Okay.
We generally get between 1.5% to 3% on the various contracts we have.
Okay. Councilman Biggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the company you just mentioned that they just finalized their contract. So when we just did a contract, we just finalized our contract with them, and it's for how many years is that? I'm just thinking future out when we'll have to go back again for contract with them eventually, right?
With L3 Harrison, no. We have maintenance contracts that, we have a 30-year maintenance contract that was built into our original purchase agreement.
Okay, so we're not doing any, every
No, but I did come and talk to you.
I was just thinking about the connection with Hartford, if there was a way to maybe, now that Hartford has their contract to kind of bring those together and bring that price down?
We
Speaking
did talk
future.
about the upgrade of our own system. I don't know whether that will impact, whether that could bring the price of our potential upgrade down or not.
I'm sorry, I know it's separate from what we're doing tonight, but you mentioned it, so I'm like, oh, Hartford got theirs, and they're using our stuff. Let's see if we can save some money somewhere.
I mean, obviously, one advantage that I see of this is that we are trying to build a small warehouse of hot swappable components for the core equipment. That will save us a little bit of money, because we'll say to Hartford, you buy this piece, and we'll buy that piece. And if you need it, we can take from each other's inventory. So that, I mean, that's one small savings that may come about due to this. They're buying the same system, yeah.
I know it's not going to save our budget, but I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for introduction.
I've got nothing further, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Anybody have it in front of them for a motion to approve? I'll make the motion to approve a 10-year lease agreement with the city of Hartford. And that doesn't really,
Doesn't tell us much.
doesn't tell us much. Is there a recommended motion?
What if we?
Tower and shelter.
Yeah.
Here, I'll make a motion to approve a 10-year lease agreement with the city of Hartford for tower and shelter space for a municipal radio system.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you and good morning.
Thank you.
Next two are we discussing?
I guess, I mean, they are, items 5A, 1 and 2 are for introduction tonight. We can open the floor up for discussion on those. They're in both versions. It looks like there was one version of the resolution that was submitted prior to the August 1st meeting. After that meeting, there was a second amended version. They are both in front of us right now. We can open the floor up for discussion or have the hearing on the 19th and discuss afterwards. But
I think given the night we've had, we might as well save for the next meeting.
now, do we, because there is a amended version that is submitted in our packet, do we go off of the one that was submitted on the August 1st?
Well, that would be the question. We would need to know, if you're going to schedule a hearing, which one we're hearing on? Or do you want to hear on both, or do you want to settle on one?
Are you guys interested in negotiating this?
We were. We were, and I reached out to every member on your side there, and you guys chose not to respond back to me and went and sat down with the town manager and negotiated your own plan. So I'm not really sure what we're looking to negotiate, because you made it pretty clear you guys didn't want to. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong, but that's.
Well, how so, though?
I would be interested in negotiating this with you.
Okay, I would have been really interested in negotiating with this when I sent you a text saying, hey, have you seen the resolution? I want to make this as bipartisan as possible. I'd like to work with you guys on it. And you all seemed gung-ho, and then, without any input from us at all, you went and wrote your own resolution.
And correspondingly, I will say, the first time I ever saw the resolution or the discussion was the Kisha Farm one that just showed up in our packet one day.
Which was bipartisan.
Maybe, but it's the first time I had seen it. So that's like, I think, neither here nor there really, I hope. And I'd be interested in negotiating something that would hopefully be very easy next council meeting. I'm saying that out loud, saying it to anybody there. I'd be interested in having this conversation.
And when do you propose on negotiating that this is getting voted on in the next meeting? Right now?
Tomorrow? The day after? The weekend? Whatever.
Well, we can't, because we have to move this one forward now. Otherwise, we just keep kicking the can down the road.
Just for introduction. we can make a.
So do you want to submit your own resolution in addition to the original resolution?
Be a compromise resolution. I don't think this is a one or other situation.
Well, we have to move forward for introduction. I mean,
I would vote to move the original resolution forward to the next meeting. And yeah, I would welcome Matt's input and absolutely talk about that before next meeting, if that's something that they're open to.
so we'll move forward with introduction of item B, well, they're both B5A1.
It'd be the original resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Lesser?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I would need more information before voting on that. I mean, certainly can have it for discussion, but in terms of the ultimate cost, how it fits on the property, well, I'll make some further comments, I guess. I like the idea of a sports complex. I think a sports complex could be really good for Weathersfield. Frankly, I don't love it there. I don't think that's the best place for a sports complex in terms of I think it disrupts that neighborhood. But I need more information. I don't think there's enough information of the implications of putting that, and just, if we pass that one, and then we vote on it in 2 weeks, I guess in between then we can ask for that information, but I'm not comfortable passing it on as is. So, that's it, Mayor.
Councilman Hill?
Could I just make a suggestion that we move forward with the hearing on the 19th, but delay the actual vote until the subsequent meeting? So we would have the hearing table and then vote in the next meeting, so that way it gives us a little bit more time.
The only caution I would make is that if you make substantial changes to what you have the hearing on, you'd have to do another hearing anyway.
Gotcha, understood.
When is the survey of land use going to be complete, the one that's?
So the survey that's currently being conducted by the University of Connecticut is slated to be, they're going to come to you all, their target was to come to you all at the next meeting with an update and get some feedback, and then to wrap up the report by the end of October.
No, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be prudent to wait till we have some kind of direction?
I think so.
plan
I think it'd be a
leaning
good idea to
towards-
wait for the study. Again, I've said this a few times with respect to the ARPA funds. There's no hurry to spend it. We have until the end of 2024 to appropriate it and the end of '26 to spend it. So that's a pretty long timeline, and given that that study is probably a month or two at the most away, I think it would be prudent to wait, but that's up to you all.
What are your thoughts on that?
Councilman O'Connor?
So here's my concerns, is if you just look at the history of Weathersfield making decisions in general on things like Catone Field took 10 years, and yet it is probably the most popular field in this town and the most highly coveted field in this town. But it took 10 years to do something that should have been done in 1 year. For 4 years, this field has been laying there fallow, right? Nobody's used it, nobody's done anything. Previous council went out and bought it. They sold it to the town as, this is a field we're going to use. We want you to come in, we're going to use it for sports fields and other uses. In fact, if you looked at their questionnaire, which, by the way, none of them mentioned when they came up, those that were against it, 64% of people, when they were asked a single question, if you had one use case for this field, what would it be? It was sports fields. 64%. Not 29, 64. And so when you look at this, we can go and ad hoc committee this thing to death. I was on the council when they did the Mill Woods master plan. That was 20-something years ago. Do you know a shovel hasn't been stuck in the ground since? I remember the Silas Deane renovation plan. Not a shovel's been stuck in it, and I think it was 30 years ago. The idea of starting to say, well, let's get this group involved and this group involved, we already know what people want. They voted on it. That's how it was sold to them. We have an opportunity to do something fairly substantial to the benefit of all of the people in town of Weathersfield that has a direct impact on COVID. Because I don't follow how putting money into the Silas Deane, how the Silas Deane was affected by COVID. But I do see how putting money into a complex so that children who were the most affected by COVID have a place to go and more access year-round, to me, is a true, genuine use of what those COVID dollars were meant to do. And so I look at this, and literally, alls I see is, let's refer over to Parks and Rec, okay, add a year there. Weathersfield Sports and Recreation Organization, let's add another year there. Parks and Rec, let's recreate the Kisha Farm Committee. That's literally going to take 10 years of going back and forth in multiple councils, which, by the way, is exactly what happened with Catone Field. It went through 3 different councils before it finally happened. I don't think we have to do that. The town voted on what they wanted. They made it very clear what they wanted. And I think we have an opportunity to actually deliver on that. And all of these stuff, you know, that people are talking about impact studies. Let me ask you a question. When we decided, I don't even know who decided, when they decided to start doing plays at the barn, was an impact study done about how the neighbors are going to affect, about these people all coming in to watch a play on the barn? No, that was not an issue, but now it's an issue. And so I just don't think, I just think there's a, to be honest with you, there's a smell of politics to this that is really souring my taste, because there should be no politics. This is a good idea. A good idea doesn't have to have an R next to it or a D next to it. It's just a good idea. And this was negotiated bipartisanly. Councilor Hill, I commend for being part of that and working with us on this. And above and beyond that, it was even offered to even work closer with you all, and that didn't happen. And so the result here is, I think this original resolution hits the nail out of the, I think it hits the ball out of the park. It does not prohibit in any shape or form the ability to add trails, the ability to put farming in there, or even a solar panel. It doesn't prohibit any of that. It just took the #1 most requested item and says, let's go and do this now. And so that's why I'm very comfortable moving forward with the first one and not, you know, doing the analysis paralysis on the other stuff. I think that's been done. Thank you.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilor O'Connor, I agree with much of what you say, and if I missed a text offering to get together, I never saw that. If you sent it to me, I apologize if I missed it and you said you wanted to get together to negotiate this. I don't
Responded to it.
To get together?
Yeah, I could show it to you, but.
Yeah, we can take that offline. So again, I apologize if I missed it. I don't think the survey said, or what you're referring to, the 64%, that we want a sports complex, sports fields. A complex is a very different thing in my view. A year-round indoor, outdoor facility. I think there's a real concern of what the impact to the neighborhood is for something like that, and I wouldn't feel comfortable making a vote on that without knowing more about what the complex. If you were telling me that I think we should designate some ARPA funds, and I'm throwing out a number, $1 million, I'm just, for example, for a field or 2 at Kisha Farm, I could support that, saying it right now publicly. But if you're saying in 2 weeks we're going to vote on a sports complex that could be millions of dollars that we don't know anything about in terms of impact, I can't support that now. But I understand, you know, the need for better fields. I understand the need and the power of youth sports. I'm 100% with all that. A decision this big, I am not ready to make in 2 weeks. But if you were to say, let's allocate some money for a field or 2 there, you got my support on that.
Well,
so, but a sports complex to me is something different, and I don't think that's what the people said they wanted.
Well, they didn't say they didn't want it either. What they wanted was fields. And we have an opportunity now with access to funds to give them year-round fields. I'm pretty sure they didn't say, I only want fields from this time to this time. If they knew they could have them for year-round, I don't think anyone would object to it. And I do think you can manage. I've been to these facilities where they put these fields deeper into the land so that there isn't, I mean, everyone who came up here complaining about parking, nobody's gonna be on the streets now because you'd have a lot back there. And so all of the issues that we're concerned with with kids running across the road, and believe me, we've all probably been down that road, it is scary.
1,000 times.
It is scary, and that goes away because now they actually have a place to park. And it doesn't prohibit the barn from getting, you could do the farmland on that side. Basically what this is to move the needle forward, is to make this, is to start to move this forward. I would expect that if the town goes and supports this, that the town manager's come back and is gonna give us a plan, okay, here's how we're going to do that. I don't know, maybe it's private and public funding. Maybe there's a way for us to generate revenue by having a private entity come in and run that. And maybe it offsets the cost of our referendum payments. And it becomes a wash to the town, but the town gets all the benefit of it. There's a lot of different ways. I would expect the town manager to say, okay, well, here's how this is going to look. I don't know if it's one field or two fields. I just know that if you look around the state and you look at the property values around the state that have introduced these types of bubbles, in essence, and I don't even want to do a bubble. I was thinking a farm. And they've done that as well. We're sitting in the back, you have a big red barn, but inside it is this gorgeous field that the kids can use from your high school graduation, whatever it is, the after hours from the graduation party. Safeguard could be using it in there. Literally, there's year-round access to it, the summer camps and all, who have access to it, rain or shine. So the use cases go on, but you can do it in a way that complements that neighborhood. And, I kicked around a name with Councilor Hill and we could call it the Onion instead of the Bubble, which is right up there in Weathersfield, and it's right there in the farmland. And it doesn't prohibit anything else they're asking for. What it does is it addresses the most popular request and the one that's in the most need. And we're not even talking about how many fields are going offline if the school referendum passes. We're gonna have multiple fields go offline. And so then we're gonna be even at a greater shortage, and where are they gonna play? And so I just feel like this gives us enough to have the town manager come back and say, here's the plan, here's how we would build it, this is what it would involve, and this is what it would cost. And as a council, we'll make sure we do it right and we do it fiscally responsible. And that was the way I envisioned this one. And then when I saw the one, that was introduced later, it was just analysis paralysis. It was going over all these things that the town's been asking for this stuff. People have been asking for this stuff for the last 30 years. We've met people in the public came up and said that. They've been asking for this for the last 30 years. And it just seems like everyone says, yeah, you're right. It continues to happen. And yet, I'll go back to the Catone example. That is a proving example. And by the way, number one complaint with Catone, it's gonna drop my property values back in the traffic. Guess what? Didn't have traffic issues, and guess what? Every one of those houses around Catone, their house values are probably up over $100,000 since Catone's gone live. We've talked to realtors about what happens to property values that have put these type of bubbles in. Every realtor has told us values skyrocket because people want to go to near, wow, look at all these resources they have. Look at all these facilities they have. You can't get an example of a town where their value all went down because they put this, beautiful rec field there. And so, I feel like
Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your passion, Dan, and you're to be commended for that. I guess where I'm parsing is the difference between a complex and what that is versus a field or two. And that's where I have trouble just going ahead before we get the results of the study, before knowing what the cost is, what the impact of the neighborhood. I'm part of the way there with a field and allocating money for that. I'm not ready yet for a complex, so.
I would tell you, my definition of a complex is basically you're supporting a field and I'm saying, absolutely agree with it. Let's put a roof over it so we can use it year round. That to me is a complex. That's all it is. It's just now we're doubling the life cycle and length of being able to use that year round. That's a complex to me.
Potentially doubling costs and impact on the community too. I mean, that's where I'd like to see more information, but I hear you. We don't have to belabor it. It's getting late, I think.
Quick question.
Sure.
Promise. Is the concept of a public-private deal like still on the table? Can this idea be done without the use of ARPA funds?
That I don't know. I don't know.
Here's a piece of land that will lease to you for $1, and you put up the rest of the money to build the facility. Which, could be a
If you
fair.
notice, that resolution doesn't specify any particular dollar amount, because that's.
Reason
that
I'm
would be an
asking,
option.
I have a problem with the use of ARPA funds to build something new. I would rather see the ARPA funds used to fix all the fields that we constantly hear about how horrible shape they are.
And
Fields that were supposed
there's-
to be built at Mill Woods that have been on the list for years,
No, and that's specifically to Dan's point. That's why we decided when we introduced it not to put a specific dollar amount to it. And given Fred's, I mean, the whole concept of us introducing this was to kill multiple birds with one stone, right? We have this money in ARPA that, we could allocate towards it. Doesn't have to be a specific dollar amount. There's clearly a need for fields in town, and we have to do something with Kisha. And given Fred's, in Fred's interview, he discussed his experience of cultivating these public-private partnerships. I believe it was for gymnastics in your previous employer. So I figured utilizing all those resources together, we could craft something that could do something to the benefit of the youth in this town. I remember asking Dan, and again, I don't want to belabor this, but, we talked to Kevin, and we wanted everyone's input because we wanted to avoid this. We wanted this to be a unanimous bipartisan effort. And that's specifically why Dan mentioned he wanted to reach out and get everyone's input. I'm still open to that, but to introduce, or vote on something that has the title energy infrastructure when we're talking about a sports complex, they don't really seem to mesh.
Almost everyone's input.
Almost everyone's input, correct.
And I think just to, go back to the complex aspect of it, in my mind, complex just means a congregation of facilities. So Mill Woods is a sports complex. It's got soccer fields, swimming, baseball, softball fields. I don't think we should need to, get lost in the weeds when we talk about a complex. I think that a good use of the ARPA funds would be to look at and maybe hire, I know we've studied and surveyed the Kisha property to death, but, the use of ARPA funds to hire somebody to come in and look at, what can be done there, to piggyback off of those surveys. Maybe we don't take $1 million to build a soccer field with it, but we take $50,000 or $100,000 of that ARPA funds to look at, more in-depth survey of how that property can be used and what can be utilized on that property. I mean, that's what I'm envisioning we could use some of that ARPA funds for. And, hey, I would love a, barn type facility with a turf field underneath. But if that doesn't work, we do a turf field similar to Catone outdoor that they could use, maybe not year-round, but more than just the spring, summer, and early fall months. And, I'll say it, and I think I talked to the town manager about it, and I'm sure Matt's been there. Simsbury Farms, of all places, Simsbury, has an outdoor rink facility. It's covered. It's used in the winter months, more than just the winter months because it's cooled. I'd like to see that possibly used because, a rink would be used by surrounding towns. I know teams go all the way down to Fairfield County to play. They go out to Simsbury to play. It could be used for roller hockey in the off-season. But that could be part of the complex. It's not just a, yeah.
This is great.
It's not just a, well, I'm just talking about what could be
Matt's
in.
now.
Right
when he said hockey, he's in.
It could be just a, hey, listen, I wanted to build a temporary rink on the green. I thought that was a great idea.
Still do.
But, if we could, flush from our minds the notion of a complex of a giant bubble and think more broadly that this is a complex that could utilize an indoor barn facility for turf or an outdoor turf, a rink or ball fields, whatever they are. I think we got to look at this a little bit broader than, what everybody's thinking about a building type bubble facility. So I think going forward, I would like to go forward with the resolution that was brought before us on August 1st, and then, take you guys up on the words to have those conversations as we go forward. If we need to delay it, because what we come up with on the 19th is substantially different, bless you, than what we agree on. I mean, we do have time for this, but to Dan's point, this has been 4 years that this has been sitting on our lap, and, I think there can be a good blend of, if you think about it, it's two separate properties. It's 5 acres on one side that already has a barn, that already has shows, concerts, plays, greenhouses. Mr. Woodward mentioned a trail from High Crest over for an education. So that checks off the education box. It checks off keeping the barn. It checks off the box of greenhouses to grow and a farm to cultivate. That's 5 acres. I think our biggest nut to crack would be, what do we do with the remaining 22 acres? And I think we can hopefully flesh out the details for that. Councilman Hill?
Thanks, Mayor. I think you really hit a lot of notes there, and I appreciate your comments. A lot of this, this property alone is 40-plus acres. This is not meant exclusively for a sports complex, not for the entire project. It was never meant for that. It's for, the Kisha Farm Committee came back with us with a myriad of suggestions after their survey. Like, there was, they were extremely, probably hundreds that they got in terms of their response. We cannot do them all. Can we pick off some of them? Yes, and one of them is this idea of a sports complex. And to your point, everyone has a different idea of what that may be. Yes, we try to make this as vague as possible because we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what it's eligible for at this point. But we want to move the ball forward. To Councilor O'Connor's point, I do not want to wait 10 years to figure out what to do with this property, or 20 years, or 30 years. The Kisha Farm Committee came back with a lot of great suggestions. We're jumping on one of them with the use of these ARPA dollars here. And I think moving this ball forward and just advancing the conversation, preserving some of those dollars for this investment, I think is a wise move for the town. A lot of people came up here today, brought up some really good points about further community engagement. Maybe we do talk to some of the abutters of the establishment. But, this is not exclusively for this. We all have different ideas of what that may be. Let's flesh this out and continue to have this conversation as we move forward. But preserving some of these dollars for the betterment of the community, for that really points out one of the major responses from the survey, I think is wise, and I'd like to move it forward.
That's emotional, second.
I was just going to say one thing, Mayor. Dan, I responded to you.
I know you did. I know you did.
I just want to put that on record.
Well, they all responded, but then it just never got a second response.
And I never changed anything. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. I didn't get a text. I got a knock on the door, and I wasn't home. So I had to find out about it at the same time the deputy mayor saw it on town manager's desk as well. So, with the late hour, I think we can move forward with the proposal or the resolution that was put forth on August 1st, take into some considerations the one that was drafted as an amendment, and have the further discussions. If I need a motion, the motion would be to, well, we don't even, I don't think we need a motion. We just go, it's for introduction. I think we have the original one in place, and we can take some direction from the amended version, and then obviously direction from the conversations going forward. With that, we move, Kathy's here, thank you. This is the increase for the senior center coordinator. And again, I think everybody, we talked about that at last month's executive session. And
we're just moving forward with the smoke-free ordinance.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I think we're going to move forward with the smoke-free ordinance as well. I don't know if anybody has any questions of that.
Discuss it next time. but that's
Yeah,
fine.
we did discuss it as a caucus, so we do have some questions and concerns, but that is just for introduction tonight. It's before us, and we can flesh out those details after next meeting's hearing. So, sorry about that.
Okay.
Missed over the smoke-free. Now we're on to the full-time status of the senior center director.
And that request had actually started out in our budget process back in the spring, and has come back up again. And really, it just brings up the point that we currently have a senior center coordinator that works 30 hours a week, and we've been requesting that we increase it to 37 and a half hours a week, which would be an increase of 7.5 hours per week for that position, because of all the good activities that are going on over there. And we're running into just an issue with the staff member not being able to keep up with all the activities and programs that are being run there. I know it's late, but I'd be happy to answer questions if that's okay.
Does the,
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
does the 7.5 hours kick it into a benefit type
It's-
position?
It already has
It already
benefits.
So it's just strictly the 7.5 hours difference?
That is correct.
Public hearing?
I just got a technical question based off the conversation we had earlier in the meeting about the titles and names. Is there any consideration of this title being changed as well to Pick and Community Center Coordinator rather than Senior Center, Community Center Coordinator?
Does she do any work for the Pitkin Community Center with the Keene Center, or is she strictly, is Amy's position strictly for senior center?
Strictly for the senior
Okay,
center.
That's,
Yes.
thank you. Just
And
thinking
she
out
can't
and
keep up with
looking at
that.
both things. Thank you. And I will say, they, side note from that, with all the programs going on, they're separate from that. They do a great job. I'm there, well, not now, but was there twice a week playing basketball and other things. They do great over there, just to let your people know.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Well, I concur. I said it in my opening remarks on, for council comments. I did hear a lot of praise for Amy in her position. Right now, she does work comp time.
Yes.
She earns comp time by doing this. Typically, almost a 40-hour work week doing the work. She does a great job over there. The folks at the senior center sing her praises. In fact, somebody at Porch Fest had come up to me and pulled me aside and asked me if this is something we would be considering. The agenda hadn't come out yet at that point, but I did indicate that this would be something we would consider.
Motion?
Sure.
Motion to approve the increase of 7.5 hours to the senior center coordinator position, bringing the total hours per week to 37.5.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank
Thanks
you.
for
And
staying,
please,
Kathy.
yeah, thanks for staying. And please give our best to Amy over there. She does a great job.
Yeah, so this will be very good for us.
Great. I do apologize. I did look at the motion on the tobacco and cannabis-free for Parks and Rec. There is action that is required. And Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to set a public hearing on designating town parks and recreation areas tobacco and cannabis-free and smoke-free for Monday, September 19th, 2022, at 7 o'clock at the Weathersfield Town Council meeting.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. That item carries. Year-end transfers.
Who set this agenda?
We,
Not me. Whatever you want.
To answer, to answer.
Always works, every time.
Frank, you don't have to drive to Rhode
You all
Island.
did, yes, I do. My last time, mind you. but
Oh, good.
You gotta make it worth it.
Exactly.
And to answer Councilman Pentelos, who set this agenda, we all did by voting to only go in once in July and once in August.
Well, that, and
So,
also, you also voted on the order of the items in the agenda, and we're stuck with that unless you go back and change that. So that'll be coming back to you. I'm gonna be putting staff-related things up front.
smart move. Mr. Finance Director, year-end transfers, looks pretty good.
Good evening, Mike O'Neill, Director of Finance. I'll work from this sheet for anyone who's interested in getting into some of the figures. This is an annual process we go through shortly after the end of the fiscal year. We've closed out the general fund for the fiscal year ended June 30th. We're working on some of the other funds to be ready for the audit, which starts in a couple of weeks. This is your opportunity to redirect unexpended funds. So just to give you a quick rundown, the general fund ended the year quite favorably. Revenues were about $20,000 over budget before use of any fund balance. So you had budgeted $1.5 million in fund balance. None of that has to be used. That will all lapse back into fund balance, and it's available to do the same thing should you choose to in the future budgets. On the expenditure side, we expended $574,000 less than what was budgeted, and that's the amount that you have the opportunity to transfer the appropriations and use that for other purposes. So just very quickly to go through this, I've got numbers on a few of the columns. Up at the top, column 1 is just the unexpended appropriations, $574,000. There were 5 departments that were over budget for various reasons, which I've put on there. I'll answer any questions you have. There's some notes in the lower left-hand corner. And then what I've done with this $574,000 unexpended balance is just proposed about $520,000 worth of transfers, doing exactly what the council's done over the last 4 or 5 years, which is the 2 largest items would be replenishment of the radio reserve, which you've used in each budget to offset the lease payments for the radio, and likewise replenishment of the CNEF undesignated reserves, which are used to offset other lease payments. Some small amounts for engineering and library, just their leftover balances. Those both department heads asked to have those directed, as they have been the last couple of years, into reserves that they have made use of. Unexpended funds of about $58,000 from the IT budget to go to the IT reserve, and then $50,000 into the vehicle reserve. That would leave about $56,000 unexpended if you were to make those transfers, and it would leave us with fund balance of 12% of the current year's budget, which is 2% above the upper end of your policy. Your policy is 7 to 10%.
Good. Healthy. Any questions for Mike? Here? Okay. Yes, sir.
Is there any other recommendations you would have for us in addition to the radios and the CNEF that we've been doing?
Just, you might choose to, so that there's $56,000 left after what's proposed in this section, kind of in the middle at the bottom.
Right.
I would say the vehicle reserve, just to use, use it all for the vehicle reserve. Instead of 50,000, you'd have 106,000 to go into the vehicle reserve.
It's up for discussion.
I wouldn't have a problem with that, or just leave it the way it is, either way.
I would think vehicle reserve would be important, because I'll note that last week, our large dump truck got taken off the road because of the frame was beyond use, so.
14,
I
the
believe
one
so.
that was, we talked about replacing.
Yeah. So it's no longer roadworthy. So we're gonna have to, we're just coming up on leaf season and then snowplow season, so.
Okay. I don't know if we need to make a motion to move that 56,487 to the CNEF vehicle reserve, but I will make that motion.
And to approve the,
Well,
It has to be separate.
Does it have to be separate? It could be one.
Fiscal year budget transfers.
yeah, why don't we vote to move that in first, because that was lapsing to fund balance to begin with. So if we move that to CNEF vehicle reserve and then we vote to approve. Does that work?
I guess I would just, I'd recommend you take 50,000 and just leave 6,000 in the event that there's any audit adjustments that we wouldn't want an audit adjustment to throw us into the negative on anything.
$6,487, you're pretty comfortable? That's a small cushion, but, okay. To the
better than zero.
town managers, or to the finance director's recommendation, then we would move $50,000 for a total of $100,000 to the CNEF vehicle reserve. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Now for the underlying motion. I think I had it here. Motion to approve the fiscal year 2022 budget transfers. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Mike. And then to the committee that was formed in the vote of the budget in 2020.
Yes, and Mayor, I'll just note that the information in your packet was incorrect in stating that we need to form this committee. It was, as the mayor just stated, formed on May 29, 2020 by motion by the deputy mayor and second by Councilor Forrest. And that motion was that the town council create an ad hoc committee to determine the feasibility of alternate revenue solutions, including an endowment model for the town to augment the current taxation structure that relies too heavily on property tax. This committee shall have 3 members, 1 counselor from each political party, and the town manager or his or her designee. And that was approved by a 9-0 vote. So at this point, all we need is a motion to appoint the members.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
It's a little bit more than the endowment model, so we now have,
Does say including.
we have trash and we have energy transformation to electrification.
It says included but not limited to.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that language?
I think we're kind of throwing a lot of stuff in there. Sorry. You know, I'm looking, I was interested in participating in this because, you know, I'm open to any suggestions to, you know, help our tax situation.
You all right?
But on the other hand, it's like, you know, some of these, like the efficiencies with new technology and grants, and, you know, we could do efficiencies in just about everything we do in town, and, I wouldn't want to, I think Matt brought up a couple meetings ago, maybe we should look at having our own paving department, So it's like, where do you draw the line? I'd like to try to keep it to the property tax reform, the endowment model, see where it goes from there, but I think we're kind of complicating it too much, but that's just my slant on it.
Further discussion? I agree with the deputy mayor's comments. Matt, you and I have talked about this not only on the day of the vote, but after it. I think to Councilman Lesser's point, it's including but not limited to, and it sets off these 4 bullets. I think we should have this committee look at a more broader scope of, where we can save, alternative property tax revenue coming in, source of income, as it's mentioned here. I think it's broader.
Yeah.
But, it doesn't have to be limited to these 4.
It's not, it's our bill, I'm sorry, I apologize.
So I think, if we look at this, it could be greater than this. It could be just on, what was originally in the motion back then. I think then it was an endowment model.
It says including, it's solutions including.
An endowment model for the town.
But not limited to. Can you live with that language?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to be on the committee? I know he does.
I volunteered, I threw my name out there, but it's not up to me.
That's up to Mike. Mike?
I think you should put Tom on.
Tom and Matt?
My recommendation would be Councilman O'Connor and Councilman Forrest.
I would actually join that just to watch them go at it the whole time.
To borrow Councilman Pentelow's comment earlier, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We hammer out Kisha and we hammer out the financial resilience. I know Matt would like to be on there. And I do apologize. I did talk to Fred, the town manager, when this came about. I just formed it in the way we typically form things, keep it an odd number so, there's never a even number for a tie. And it's typically a majority party rule. That's why I had 2 from the majority, 1 from the minority at first. It then was brought to my attention, I had to look at the minutes. I shared those with town manager, but I think, 2 people on there with the town manager. It's an ad hoc committee, it's non-binding, it's recommendations, and, I think coming out of this year's and pretty much every year's budget negotiations, looking at alternative revenue sources and ways to save, as well as ways to look at more efficient town government is a reasonable ask of this committee, because, I think that's what we all do as councilmen and councilwomen while we're up here, so. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion that the Deputy Mayor, Mazzarella, and Councilor Forrest serve on this committee, and that the town manager and his designees work on the committee as well.
Are we doing 2 and 1?
To 2, I think it passed originally as
It
just,
already passed 2 and...
2, yeah, I'm just for clarification.
you don't remember that meeting, Pat? Just kidding.
No,
I wasn't
but
on the
That
council.
was a long, so it's.
So I move that
it's
that
one- so
Deputy
it's
Mayor
one-
and Councilor Forrest are on that.
And then it's in town manager.
In town.
So it's 1-1 town manager, okay.
Yeah, and I will hold true to my word to Councilman Forrest, that it is a 1 and 1. But it is a new council, and the new council can create whatever type of committee that they want. But, you know, I am a man of my word, and I did say 1 and 1 at the time with the town manager or his or her designee. So I think that's what we have.
There's a motion. Anybody second it?
You made the motion?
I did.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. We go on to minutes now.
What was the salary range, Matt?
Only less than 100.
Can we sit in if we want? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think it's open.
Is it a public meeting?
I'll be streaming them live.
Minutes for August 1st, I know there were some members that were absent. Thank you, Sue, and please give our appreciation to Mrs. Hammer for her work on the minutes. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Abstain.
And abstentions. Pentelo, O'Connor, and Hill on the abstention. And then our final public comment. This is the portion of the public comment where you're limited to 5 minutes. Please state your name and address. Mr. Young?
Good evening again. Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. I'm glad I hung around to see the candid and hear the candid remarks regarding Kisha Farm. It's really amazing, guys, how so abusive you people are, including this council and the last council, and how you treat this money like it's yours. You know, up to a couple of weeks ago, I believe we had approximately 56 people from Weathersfield that died due to COVID. It's on the State of Connecticut website. They died so you could have this money to spend. People also contacted COVID, thousands of them in Connecticut, in Weathersfield. I see a number like 10,000 people, which I don't believe, but on the website for a certain category of COVID. Obviously, these people survived COVID. Some of these people had what they call long-haul COVID, and I know some. I know some that died. And the way you treat this money is disgusting for those who died, those who have been sick, and how you want to spend. I mean, Mr. O'Connor is a prime example of an abuser of this whole situation. I'm glad I sat here and watched him in action, because it's ugly. It's goddamn ugly what you people do and how you act. I mean, this is serious. You never should have gotten this money from the federal government, for one. Second, this money is causing tremendous inflation in our economy across the whole darn country, and you want to spend to buy a complex. I mean, that's disgusting. And the money was meant to spend, because the towns were spending a lot of extra money during COVID, and it was to make up for some of the items that that they didn't take care of, like roads or I don't know whatever else, but it was for different things. This project is a brand new project, And I don't understand how in the world it becomes a priority in this town to put up a complex, sports complex. And all those people who passed away, all those people who got sick but recovered, I just can't imagine how they must feel watching how you're spending money that you got. You did nothing to get there, to get this money, but they took the whack. 56 residents, yeah. And it appears to me that, you're sidelining and taking these funds from important and necessary infrastructure needed improvements while you're promoting your politically connected friends and buddies of the local sports and the town officials. Now, why do we act this way? I mean, Catone Field was, when they pushed it through, Mr. O'Connor was right up here at the podium, pumping away. Oh, this is going to create economic development for our town. It didn't do anything. What it did do was we bought turf on credit, we bought lights on credit, we bought another set of turf on credit, and then as we go back to this statement, this resolution, it talks about the ability for the town to generate revenue on debt service to Kisha Farm. How much have you generated from Catone Field? Mr. O'Connor was involved in that. You generated nothing. It all disappeared. You took in concession money. You took in gate receipt money. It goes into the student activity account. A check is written out for that exact amount and it goes away. I've talked about this more than once to this council, and you did nothing. Did anybody come to me to ask, hey, show us this? Nobody. Nobody cared. Nobody cared at all in this town and in the council. And you should have. And I just find it pretty poor out of the whole damn bunch of us, okay? Now, tonight you're going to be talking tonight about this property cannot legally be sold or subdivided for private development purposes per bond council. I hope you approve releasing it to me, because I have, the explanatory text, and you talked about one tonight. That should be the gospel. There is no statement in here regarding it cannot be sold or divided or private development purposes or anything like this on here. Your decision from your attorney is only an opinion. And what you've also done, and tonight it showed again, many speakers tonight got up here and spoke, and several of them made comments about trails, farming, and sports, and everybody. And several of them, someone else says everybody should have access to that property. And what they did was they totally eliminated the people who would have gone for other municipal purposes. They don't exist with the Kisha Farm Commission or committee or any of those people who support it.
Mr. Young, you have 5 minutes.
It's a scam deal on the town of Weathersfield against a large group of people. Don't forget, 5,500 people voted against it. You had 6,600 who voted for it. You're going to be facing them probably at your next election and how you're dealing with all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm glad I hung around to watch the action.
Yep. Motion's been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.